WhatsApp messages and voice notes 0701 9339 962. That's 0701 9339 962. Now, you can also be part of the show via our social media handles: YouTube, Today951FM. That's for YouTube Live, Today951FM. On Facebook, and we do have posts running. You can go there and leave your thoughts. Today95.1 FM. That's Today95.1 FM. Instagram, X, and Twitch, all the same handle, Today FM 951. That's for Instagram, X, and Twitch. Yes, the same handles, Today FM 951. You can listen via the website www.todayfmlive.com. That's www.todayfmlive.com. Listen live. That's what you want to tap into, and that's it. Sit back with your cup of coffee and just enjoy the show. Now, for those of you who prefer apps, you can download TuneIn and Radio Garden off of Google and the Apple Store. Then search Today 95.1 FM, and yes, you're golden, as they sometimes say. Now, for calls, please, I beg of you, 1 minute. Kelly would usually say 60 seconds, 1 minute. A little bit of a leeway, a very tiny bit, and if it's absolutely necessary, and I'll be 100% vigilant on this one, or strict rather, I might give you 30 seconds, but please, let's keep it short and sweet, as I like to say. 1 minute is best. All right, I think we have all of that in hand. Let's get into the headlines, see how much we can take. Let's start off with this one. It's from the Daily Trust, and it reads, all Nigerian governors guilty of embezzling local government allocations. So the People's Democratic Party, PDP governorship candidate in Ogun State, Oladipupo Adebutu, has alleged that all governors in Nigeria are misappropriating local government allocations. Adebutu made the remarks at the Ake Palace in Abeokuta during a meeting with the Egba Traditional Council, where he sought the support and blessings of traditional rulers for his governorship ambition. He was accompanied by his running mate, Dr. Latifat Showmi Kolakbo, the PDP senatorial candidate for Ogun Central, Iyabo Obasanjo, the Ogun State PDP chairman, Abayomi Tella, and other party leaders and candidates. Addressing the traditional rulers, Adebutu declared that granting full financial autonomy to local governments would be one of the defining policies of his administration. So to quote him, I will do something that will stun this nation and put us in the right direction. Local governments shall get their own money, he said. We must make sure we get local government autonomy. I have been reiterating it to you that I, Oladipupo Olatunde, son of Adebutu, was at the National Assembly twice, and I can boast that I didn't embezzle public funds. Okay? How many politicians can say this? Adebutu accused governors across party lines of diverting local government funds. It's not a party thing. Both APC and PDP, all the governors are embezzling local government allocations. It's not a secret, he said. He argued that local councils were able to deliver more development when they had greater control over their finances. When PDP was in power and local governments were getting their funds, there were developments and they carried monarchs along in the scheme of things, he said. Sounds like a subliminal message, but okay. The PDP candidate also reflected on his years in public office and his family's legacy of community development. He added that while he had continued the community development efforts associated with his father and grandfather, he had realized that without executive powers, there's a limit to what an individual can do to develop society. On infrastructure financing, Adebutu said governments must adopt new approaches rather than relying on borrowing. All right, you can go and read up the rest for yourself because it's quite a read. But well, like I said, it looks like Adebutu might be passing along some kind of subliminal message, if you ask me. But anyway, let me keep that one under my hat as we go along. We will, of course, be addressing this conversation when that time comes around. All right, let's go into more headlines. And this one is from the Tribune. And of course, it forms the conversation for Real Talk. So the headline reads, full list. U.S. warns citizens against traveling to 23 countries. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, another advisory has surfaced. So let's hear what that's all about. The United States Department of State has advised its citizens not to travel to 23 countries after placing them under its highest travel advisory, level 4, do not travel. According to an updated travel advisory published on Saturday on the department's Travel Gov X account, countries placed under level 4 are considered highly dangerous or are locations where the U.S. government's ability to provide assistance to its citizens is severely limited. We issue travel advisories with level 1 to 4. Level 4 means do not travel. We assign level 4 based on local conditions and or our limited ability to help Americans there, the department said in the notice posted on Thursday. It added, these places are dangerous, do not go for any reason. The advisory identifies 11 African countries. Among those on the level 4 list, they are Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, Chad, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Libya, Mali, Niger, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, and Uganda. Okay, so there's a full list here. Let's give it a go. Afghanistan, Belarus, Burkina Faso, Burma, Myanmar, Central African Republic, Chad, Democratic Republic of Congo, Haiti, Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Libya, Mali, Niger, North Korea, Russia, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, Syria, Uganda, Ukraine, Yemen. The latest update follows the State Department's earlier decision to keep Nigeria on level 3, that's reconsider travel, while maintaining level 4, do not travel advisories for some Nigerian states over security concerns. Now, of course, that's going to form part of it's going to form our conversation for Real Talk. So you don't want to miss that. Let's get into another headline. The ADC is in the news again, and this time from the Vanguard. It reads 2027, why ADC Supreme Court battle may weaken anti-APC coalition. All right. The ADC's leadership crisis is heading to the Supreme Court, but the bigger battle may not be legal as the opposition coalition fights over control of its structures. Time is running out to convince Nigerians it is ready for the 2027 elections. By the time the Supreme Court finally settles the battle over the African Democratic Congress ADC, the legal questions may have been answered. The political damage, however, may already have been done. That is the irony confronting Nigeria's most prominent opposition coalition. For months, the conversation around the ADC has revolved around court orders, rival factions, congresses, and constitutions, not policies, campaigns, or governance. Every judgment has produced another appeal. Every appeal has prolonged uncertainty. And in politics, uncertainty can be as damaging as defeat. That's why last Monday's Court of Appeal judgment is about much more than David Mark or Dumebi Kachiku's factions. It has become a test of whether an opposition coalition can remain electorally viable while fighting for control of itself. Now it goes on to say, in a split 2-1 decision, the Court of Appeal upheld an earlier Federal High Court judgment restraining the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, from recognizing state congresses organized by committees appointed by the David Mark-led National Working Committee, NWC. The appellate court agreed that under the ADC constitution, elected state executive committees, not a national working committee, possess the authority to conduct state congresses. It equally affirmed that the congresses and subsequent national convention organized by the David Mark leadership amounted to a nullity before they allegedly violated an earlier court order. The Mark camp has appealed to the Supreme Court, maintaining that the judgment neither removed its leadership nor invalidated candidates already uploaded to the INEC portal. Legally, therefore, the dispute is far from over. Politically, it may just be the beginning. Now, there's a subheading, a subtitle, or a subdeck for those of you who are into real newspaper journalism. What the Supreme Court will really decide. On Arise TV's The Morning Show, constitutional lawyer Libros Oshoma stripped away the politics and reduced the dispute to one decisive question. They must present the facts showing that the caretaker committee appointed by Mark-led NWC was subsequently suspended and did not conduct the congresses or primaries, he stated. According to Oshoma, the burden now rests on the ADC to prove that the disputed congresses were conducted by lawful party structures rather than caretaker committee. If it cannot, he warned, the implications could extend beyond state executives. Yes, the presidential ticket is threatened by this court judgment. The truth will be laid bare, but time might not be on their side, he cautioned. The final observation may be the most significant. Time, not merely law, has become the opposition's greatest adversary. Now, beyond the courtroom, the legal arguments are relatively straightforward. The political consequences are not. The David Mark NWC currently enjoys INEC recognition for candidates already uploaded on the Commission's portal, including the Atiku Abubakar Rotimi Amechi presidential ticket and hundreds of legislative candidates. The Kacheko faction, despite claiming legitimacy over party state structures, does not control those submissions. That creates a practical dilemma. Suppose the Supreme Court eventually upholds the appeal court judgment. The faction recognized as controlling the party structure may still confront the reality that another faction submitted candidates to INEC months earlier. Conversely, should the apex court overturn the judgment, the Mark-led coalition may retain legal authority but still have to repair months of internal distrust and organizational paralysis. Either way, rebuilding confidence may prove harder than winning the case. Now, last but not least, let's take this. The politics nobody wants to discuss. Opposition politicians have repeatedly alleged that the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, benefits from keeping rival parties trapped in endless litigation. Those allegations remain political claims. There is no verified evidence that the judiciary or INEC is acting at the direction of the government. Yet one fact is difficult to ignore. Lengthy legal disputes consume energy, divide party elites, discourage donors, and confuse supporters. Whether caused by political strategy or self-inflicted organizational failures, the result can be remarkably similar: an opposition that spends more time in court than on the campaign trail. Ironically, the courts may eventually clear every legal obstacle, but if public confidence has already eroded, legal victory may arrive too late to translate into electoral success. All right, we'll stop there because, like I said, it's a bit of a read, but yes, that conversation will be had momentarily. Well, not now, but soon. So let's get into the next headline. And this is from The Cable. I wish I could be a bit sarcastic or use some satire here, but I'm not sure I want to get into trouble. Maybe I will. But The Cable, after I read what The Cable has as a headline: foreign interests fueling insecurity in Nigeria, says Daniel Bwala. All right, Captain Obvious, but let's go. Daniel Bwala, special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on policy communication, says foreign interests are fueling the security crisis in Nigeria. Speaking on the link podcast organized by Echo, Bola listed factors contributing to the security crisis in Nigeria. The president also said terrorism in the Sahel states, which Nigeria is a major factor behind the country's security crisis. Bola said terrorism in the Sahel states attack communities in Nigeria before heading out of the country. To quote him, Nigeria is also a country where there are foreign interests against the country. Many years ago, Boko Haram started in State, the non-governmental organizations that came for humanitarian, so to speak, came from renting houses for 10 to 15 years. How do you know you only stay for 10 to 15 years? What kind of protection? The army on many occasions has arrested Boko Haram members, and in the midst, you will find foreign nationals. There are some of the elements that are not only fueling crisis, but they make the end to the crisis difficult. The president added that military mentioned nationality foreigners arrested with Boko Haram due to security reasons. All right, so that's Daniel Bwala's take. Obvious, very obvious take, but I think that still means, yes, that's also a conversation we shall be having for this quest. Okay, let's get into next one. This is from Arise, and that headline says, yeah, the joke I told you, the story that's running as our opinion poll, and we shall be getting into that. I'm sorry, apologies for laughing, but it's actually quite funny. So, Uzodinma likens Tinubu to Lee Kuan Yew, predicts 2027 re-election. And for those of you, apologies. For those of you who don't know, Lee Kuan Yew is the man who turned it around for Singapore. The Singapore you know today. from the 80s. He made hard decisions and all of that. I said I won't let cat out of the bag. But yes, the Singapore you see today that we all travel to go and maybe holiday and bring in things, yes, that's the Lee Kuan Yew that Uzodinma is likening our current president to. So let me give you a context to that funny story. Uzodinma says Tinubu is Nigeria's Lee Kuan Yew and predicts his performance will secure re-election in 2027. Imo State Governor Senator Hope Uzodinma has likened President Bola Tinubu to Singapore's late founding leader Lee Kuan Yew. Speaking at a dinner in Owerri at the weekend to mark the end of the 3-day Renewed Hope Ambassadors Presidential Communications Team National Media Inspection of landmark federal and state government projects in Imo State, Uzodinma declared, "In President Bola Tinubu, we have another Lee Kuan Yew." The governor praised the president's bold economic reforms and expressed confidence that his performance would give him a second term in 2027. Uzodinma said President Tinubu assumed office on May 29, 2023, fully prepared to tackle Nigeria's economic challenges through far-reaching reforms, stressing that the country had entered a new phase of development. He said the old order is gone and there is now a new order. President Tinubu knew exactly what he came to do. He started implementing the reforms immediately because he understood the task before him. Drawing a biblical analogy, the governor compared Nigeria's pre-reform economic situation to the Israelites' bondage in Egypt. You can say that again, saying that just as God delivered the Israelites through difficult circumstances, the president's bold decisions were necessary to free Nigeria from years of economic stagnation. He acknowledged that reforms came with initial hardship, but insisted they were already producing positive results, particularly through increased revenue available to states for infrastructure and human capital development. According to him, the ongoing transformation across Imo State is a direct product of President Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda. Everything we are doing in Imo today is made possible because of the Renewed Hope agenda. We are pursuing sustainable development, investing in infrastructure, healthcare, education, and technology, because the reforms have created an enabling environment for development, he said. Uzodinma expressed confidence that Nigerians would reward President Tinubu with another term in office in 2027, maintaining that the benefits of the administration's policies would continue to become more evident. Earlier, Special Advisor to the President on Media and Public Communications, Sunday Dare, commended Governor Uzodinma for what he described as a remarkable infrastructure transformation in Imo State. Following the 3-day inspection tour of federal and state government projects in the state, Dare said the projects inspected highlighted the practical implementation of President Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda through strong collaboration between the federal and Imo state governments. He noted that the increased FAC allocation resulting from the federal government reforms were being translated into impactful projects in the states, including the Imo Digital City, the 2,000-bed infectious disease center, the heart transplant center in Olo, the University of Innovation, Science and Technology at Omuma, the expansion of the Emmanuel Iwanyanwu International Convention Center, and the Olo Akokwa Oga Border Road, positioning Imo as a model of people-centered development under the Renewed Hope agenda. All right. I can't wait to get your thoughts on that. I also can't wait to get the thoughts of the analysts in the studio when they get in. Let's take this one. This is the penultimate headline, and then we'll get to talking. This is Daily Trust. Election. Core members collected 50,000 to alter results at Adeleke. Oh, core members, are you that cheap? Anyway, let's keep it moving. The president of Adeleke University, Ede, Dr. Deji Adeleke, has shifted the spotlight in Nigeria's electoral integrity debate from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to officials who conduct elections at polling units. He said meaningful reforms would remain elusive unless those entrusted with the process act with honesty. Addressing graduates at the university's 12th undergraduate and 8th postgraduate convocation in Ede, Osun State, Adeleke said the credibility of Nigeria's elections rests largely on the conduct of officials deployed to polling units. He argued that the integrity of the electoral process depends less on the leadership of the Independent National Electoral Commission than on the thousands of ad hoc officials and security personnel assigned to election duties across the country. He alleged that some members of the National Youth Service Corps, recruited as ad hoc staff, and police officers assigned to election duties compromised the process by altering results after accepting financial inducements. According to him, expecting the INEC chairman to guarantee transparent elections without the cooperation of field officials is unrealistic because the Commission's leadership cannot physically monitor every polling unit. Drawing attention to the forthcoming Osun governorship election, Adeleke said the state alone has 3,763 polling units, making direct supervision by the electoral umpire impossible. People die, there is violence during elections. They have killed young people like you graduating today who might become adult staff of INEC changing figures. You cannot blame that on the INEC chairman when youth corps members are collecting 50,000 and changing figures at the polling unit. Even if the INEC chairman is a spirit, is he going to be at all the polling units in Nigeria? Yeah, but don't they have supervisors for that? But anyway, I digress. Very soon, we are going to have an election in Osho State. Osho State has 3,763 polling units. Is it humanly possible for the INEC chairman to be at all those polling units at the same time? Again, don't you have supervisors? But okay. But they have entrusted it to young people like you, and yet they will collect money and change the figures. We also have policemen with children who need a good country to have a future, aiding and abetting the rigging process, and people are killed just because of elections. Well, if you're poking fingers at children of police officers, their fathers actually stand on the road and collect the so like father, like the king. But I digress still. So it's very painful when you see these things happen because of ignorance of implications of what people do on election day, or the ignorance of judges protecting justice. The implication is that Nigeria will continue to regret if it doesn't change immediately. But it's not too late for us to change. It's never too late to start all over. Meanwhile, Adeleke University announced another expansion of its academic offerings with the approval of 2 professional programs by the National Universities Commission. All right, so yes, you're all caught up on that. If you want to know more about that, you can get yourself a copy of the Daily Trust. All right, the final story, the final headline, and that's from Tribune, the Tribune Online, Nigerian Tribune. We are considering arresting Netanyahu if he attends UN meeting. That's from the New York mayor. I would love to be a fly on the wall to see if that would ever happen. I would really love that. But let's give you a bit of context because you see the story, one way or the other, the US-Israeli-Iran war really has to come to an end. If not, the dance that's happening with fuel, who knows how high it might get to. I'm not sure I have enough money to get myself to work. So powers that be, please pity me so I can keep doing the job I love. All right? In fact, so that all of us can keep doing the jobs we love, or we're managing, depending on which side of the fence you fall on. New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani has said his administration is examining whether Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu could be arrested if he visits the city for the United Nations General Assembly in September. Speaking of the New York Times, the interview podcast, Mamdani said the city's legal department is assessing the matter, which aligns with the campaign pledge he made during the mayoral race. I believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu belongs in The Hague, Mamdani said. He's a war criminal who has been charged by the International Criminal Court. And what you will find is that is an opinion that is held by many purely because of what his actions have wrought over these last many years. When asked about the legal authority available to his office, Mamdani said the issue remains under review. That's an active conversation with our legal department. However, what we've seen at the national level is a desire sometimes to write your own laws, to go outside of the bounds of legality. That's not something we have an interest in. The International Criminal Court, ICC, issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders in 2024 over alleged war crimes committed during and after the October 7, 2023 Hamas attacks on Israel. Both President Donald Trump and former President Joe Biden criticized the court's decision. The United States is not a party to the Rome Statute, the treaty that established the ICC, and requires member states to execute the court's arrest warrants. The Trump administration had also intensified its criticism of the ICC, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio recently pledging to dismantle the court and accusing it of waging a war against our country, not with bullets or missiles, but with the force of so-called international law. Mamdani has consistently criticized the Israeli government and has described the Israeli military's campaign in Gaza as a genocide, an allegation Israel has repeatedly rejected. Reacting to the mayor's remarks, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Mike Waltz dismissed the comments on Saturday, describing them as pure political theater, while stressing that the United States is not a member of the ICC. Netanyahu also played down Mamdani's position during an interview earlier in the week with WABC radio host Sid Rosenberg. Meanwhile, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, said on social media on Saturday that Netanyahu will come to New York, address the United Nations General Assembly with pride, and stand before the world to state Israel's truth and its unwavering right to defend its citizens. All right, so you're all caught up with the headlines. And yes, what time is it? 28 minutes past 8. All right, let's get into some awesome conversations. And of course, we'll be starting off with, the advisory. I didn't read it out to you. I did list out the states, the countries rather, that have been placed on that list. But before I start the conversation, I'd like to introduce all our guests. Stay with us. course, staying with us, we have in the studio, of course, Sir Emmanuel Ndukwe, and also we have Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner, author, law teacher, public affairs analyst, living in Nigeria. You're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you, no,
Wow, easy. I think I must have.
This is yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. All right, so real talk. You heard about the travel advisory. Nothing new. The United States regularly puts out this advisory. Also, last time this advisory made rounds. Okay, I think we have another guest, right? Okay. Yeah, we're trying to get our ducks in the row. So we have another guest, but let me build the conversation while I get his name. So the last time this advisory came out, they listed certain states, of which River State was part of it. So I'm going to read that out to you, and we'll get talking. So for overall rating, Nigeria had level 3, that's reconsider travel. Now, the U.S. says Americans should reconsider travel to Nigeria because of crime, terrorism, kidnapping, civil unrest, inconsistent availability of healthcare services. Now, level 4, do not travel areas. The advisory identifies these areas as level 4, do not travel, due to terrorism, crime, and kidnapping. So we had Borno, Jigawa, Kogi, Kwara, Niger, Plateau, Taraba, Yobe, Northern Adamawa. Due to kidnapping, Bauchi, Gombe, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, Zamfara. Due to crime, kidnapping, and armed gangs. I think I want to read that again. Due to crime, kidnapping, and armed gangs, Abia, Anambra, Bayelsa, Delta, Enugu, Imo, River State. Except Port Harcourt. Now, before you jump up and down and say, yay, except Port Harcourt, there's a reason why River State had level 4 and Port Harcourt had level 3. Now, Port Harcourt falls under national level 3, reconsider travel, because, we have water to some degree, we have healthcare to some degree, we have security to some degree. So, okay, you might be able to find help where needed. And that's why Port Harcourt fell in level 3. But the rest of River State, outside of Port Harcourt, please not travel because of crime, kidnapping, and armed gangs. Now, something to celebrate, I don't know, but here's what's bugging me. The new list has come out. And one would have expected, maybe River State would have dropped down to maybe a level 2, all of River State and whatnot, but we find that we are still on that list because things remain the same. So where do we go from there, or from here rather? So Emmanuel, do you have any thoughts on this? We're still on the list. Lack of governance, lack of not knowing what to do. All right, so let me introduce the second guest. Daniel Momo. All right. Are you a doctor? Okay, I'm not a doctor, but you write like a doctor. I couldn't read that right. All right, Daniel Momo, public affairs analyst, strategic planner, travel consultant, and a member. Oh, really? And a member of the APC.
It's all right.
All right.
Total.
All right. So, sir, we find that a new advisory is out. River State is still dancing between 3 and 4. Nothing has changed. And should we be comfortable with that?
Well, I don't think anybody will be comfortable with forest and fire burning almost everywhere that you could fall in, because it won't give you life. It will rather destroy the life you have. This situation is similar to such, but we have a little reprieve that Port Harcourt is exempted from that. However, one cannot say that it belongs to River State, it's from River State, and it's only Port Harcourt that can confidently, to a great extent, walking, feeling safety and all that. So I think it's a difficult thing, but what can we do? There's nothing we can do, because I think government, if I start saying government, I will be thinking whether government will assume its full responsibility, which is, of course, making Port Harcourt, as it is there somewhat, to be like every other part of River State, to be in the same place with Port Harcourt. But are they doing that? I think that's what we have to wait and see. But as for being comfortable with it, nobody absolutely will be, whether you are from River State or not from River State.
All right.
But I think the reprieve is still that Port Harcourt. So long as we're in Port Harcourt, at least we work within the bounds of Port Harcourt, and that settles it.
Yes.
But if I want to go there more, and there's something important, will I feel the same way?
Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, rather, Dr. Chinwo, is it something to be okay with that? Port Harcourt is somewhat safe. I would love a time where Port Harcourt is fully safe, you have the white people back and this and that. So should we be celebrating, okay, Port Harcourt is somewhat safe, the rest of River State, please, it's not safe, and we should just take it like this, as in take it lying down, that we are still on that list and nothing has changed?
Well, before that, let me just say, why doesn't Nigeria do this?
Advisories?
Advisory. Tell us, you don't go to America. You go to America, they're shooting in social school. You go to America, you send their children to America. your children may be killed. If you go to UK, this is how nations.
I love your patriotism.
Yes, that's how nations build themselves up. Because this may not be that they are saying there's no problem in the place, but they're saying you go to the be careful. And we should be able to advance, but we don't do citizen diplomacy and citizen service, in our own diplomacy. They should do that. But coming back to the question, it's like saying that in the house, the father has food to eat, but the children have to go and pick and all that. So there's no way you can say that Port Harcourt is safer than Buma, safer than Bori, and we'll be happy. Because, as a matter of fact, tourism is not done in the city. Real tourism, and if a river state has to grow. 2 times I've gone to Kenya, you go to Nairobi, go from the airport, enter to, Mombasa. You see the river, water side, and all the hotels there. So that is what it should be. So river state should be concerned. If any part of river state is safe to be unsafe, the river state is not safe.
All right.
What be the level of categorization they're giving to it? If you go to Amoma and you can kidnap, then river state is not safe. As a matter of fact, anybody who knows that Amoma, for instance, is part of river state and hears that, wouldn't come to river state. If he's getting to the airport, you know that who comes to stay at the airport? People are going from the landing at the airport to go to the particular place, one place or the other. So we are not. It's not a good commentary for us. Just like to say that Port Harcourt is safer than Sokoto doesn't add anything to Nigeria. We are still safe. Okay. Let's walk ourselves out of this bind where we are. Right. Insecurity.
Okay. We also have the studio now. I think we are. Aside me, we're quartet now. Frank, Enewaji. Oh, Enewaji. Apologies. Okay. Public affairs analyst, author, and columnist. Okay. We're complete now. So, Daniel Mo, what are your thoughts? Your APC thoughts? Let me be controversial on this. River State is still on that list. There's a bit of a demarcation, yes, but still.
Yes, when Mr. Ima was good morning once again for having me. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
When Mr. Ima was speaking, I was wondering what country released that tribal adversary until Doc said was the United States.
Yeah,
ignore it. Ignore everything you have in your blood. California in June 2026 had more than 280 gun violence deaths.
Okay.
Was that projected on the highest? They don't show it. Go to CNN, you will see it. Go to
you won't see it.
You won't see it.
Shootings that you don't
I'm telling you. Okay. On CNN by 4th of July to say California deaths, gun violence. You won't see those things. It's the first projection you make about your place. And I was privileged to hear a day when we were having a conversation. Yeah. River State is peaceful. It's not compared to those days. It is because you and I are not saying it. That is why we tend to not accept what people are saying about us.
No, we do say River State is peaceful. I agree with that. We do say River State is peaceful.
When something happens, we magnify that thing. People are here. They have their agents here. They have their people here listening to us, listening to our conversations.
When you say magnify,
when something a killing happen now, the way it will be said all over the world. See, something happened in a day, I think at Hotel Presidential during the local government election, when there was a bomb attempts at my mother called me from the village to see what is happening. That she had their bombs in River State. Now, if my mother would call you from the village, imagine when you are not taking that story.
Yeah, but you said we said America. Because we get okay, so how did I know about Sandy Hook? How did I know about all the other shootings? The people that use
I told you of California. How about the other 50 states in the United States of America? Put all together and say, in the US, the month of June 2026, how many converters your heart will break if you see those figures. But did you see some of these things? Don't people still go to the US? Don't people still do businesses there? River State is safe. Ignore anything anybody tells you. How many times have you heard of crisis here in River State? It is not possible for you to have close to about 7 million persons. And Jesus had 12, and there was no Judas. So you have this amount of persons. You will have violence, you will have robbery. That's not possible. These things are normal things that happen. Tell me, what is the thing that happened in River State in the past 2 years that should frighten anyone to come to River State?
One chance.
Please stop. These are normal things.
One chance is normal. In what world?
What do you say?
In what world?
Let me ask you. I just mentioned something that California does it also frighten you that 280. That's gun violence alone. We're not talking about crimes. That is one state. Have you had gun violence of 280 people died in River State? No, the thing is the protection that we give to the state matters a lot for me. But if yours is telling you what we do, please say them. We're an independent nation. We decide for ourselves. We know what we know. River State is peaceful and let everybody hear it.
All right, Mr. Frank, let's get your thoughts on this topic. River State is still on the U.S. travel advisory list.
Well, that's normal thing.
Okay.
As a critical analyst, we must also allow the world to know. See, everybody will tell us that we must keep secrecy. Not secret. Be our time. It's not a joke. But if you can stay out and know what's happening later, it's not a secret. Like the colleague that just mentioned, how do you know if the media does not do it? Sorry, River State in a way is safe, but let us all understand this way. What is happening is organized crime.
In River State? Or?
It's not organized. Right. Sorry, just last week, somebody was standing with me. Somebody walking with me in the church. Was kidnapped in Oyibo. In the space of 2 days in the same vicinity. 2 persons were kidnapped in the space of 1 week. I'm not trying to blow it out of proportion. Okay. But Kidnapping is like on daily basis. What does it take to the world? Gun violence is different from kidnapping. That one is about somebody just taking one to shoot. And for that person who was shot will be arrested. But yeah, you don't know where you are going to. We must in which what is happening. I'm not saying that America is even safe, not blessing itself, but the issue of gun running in this part of the world is like uncontrollable.
Yeah, but doesn't that buttress the point? You just talked about somebody being kidnapped.
Yes.
Doesn't that yes, but doesn't that buttress the point that is why River State is on that list?
No. See, I am not disputing that. Like I said before, make a crime organized crime is allowed to continue. Somebody who have that, or like that people to say, look, I'm going there, people don't go there because if you are there up to now, we are taking America to back the boss. It's not true. We are sorry that should agree. But if I'm sorry, what stops us from actually controlling our access to the data of right? So US will always do that because they feel they control the whole world. They feel they know money else. They feel nobody else. They see ordinarily. How come somebody will be in a place of kidnappers for 1 month, for 2 months in the same country and they are making phone calls?
So you're saying we caused it?
Sorry, it's our creation. In Nigeria, we create what I call in my own way. Man-made disaster. Why other countries are suffering from natural disaster? We are own. We are the ones who are content creators of our own problems. We can be stopped. So when you look at what is happening, there's no way that something will happen to me and I'll keep quiet. Sorry. There's no way something will happen to me that I will also do. When something is happening today, we have been told from that the world is a global village. Okay. So if something is happening today, somebody will also shout. In those days, there was no media in the village. Don't want to have this one side. Today we have to operate you. That we can phone in and call in and say, look, this is what's happening in the Puma. This is what's happening in Anton. This is what's happening in the Wafia. So the world has been reached. So if something happens, I will shout. But what we're trying to let the world know that we are government in Rivers. Okay. We are government in Nigeria. They're not for foreign government, but it's for Nigerian government. All right.
Okay, I'll tackle you on that. But Simon, you have thoughts?
Yes, you see, Don, when my friend Mama was talking, he mentioned California.
Okay.
There's a question Frank asked him, how did he know?
Okay.
He must have read it because I'm not sure he went to California. Good. And that being the case, it means that the one America also sent to us as advice, sent to their people. Remember, they are not telling us to live in our country. They are not. They are advising their people. You see, be careful of how you go to these places. In fact, these ones don't go because of these reasons. Remember, it's the same American advisory that singled out Port Harcourt and said, no, at least this place is a debt. Somewhat. Absolutely. See, one thing is this. If America feels the need for their countrymen and women to know about this, and Nigeria thinks that they are just overblowing all that is happening in the country, who do you blame? Who do you blame? The issue is this, that if Nigeria is agreed with what America is doing, let them also say that is there international politics that bars Nigeria from sending advice to Nigerians in America, where California is part of.
Okay, so interesting.
So how do you blame America?
All right, interesting you say that. I think we can touch this in a minute. I need to tackle you on something. Apparently, the United States government does not issue official travel advisories for travel within of its own country. The U.S. State Department is responsible for issuing travel warnings and advisories, but its mandate is strictly for traveling abroad. However, it's a foreign government that frequently issues travel advisories and warnings about traveling to the United States. Countries like Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and others regularly update travel guidance for the citizens visiting the U.S., which often warn about gun violence, high rates of firearm-related incidents, civil unrest, protests, demonstrations, natural disasters, hurricanes, tornadoes, and other healthcare costs, the potentially high cost of medical care without adequate insurance. So somebody's actually doing it.
That is a sick. We must see facts is not truth.
Okay.
Fact can be made open. But truth is always in. Okay. That's what discuss what the agency now. So we have facts. But the truth is just now we're trying to say, let us investigate to know how we affect agency that has budget. They have to change the budget. So America will always do that to protect their citizens outside. All right. No way to go. Because see, many terrorists in this country are outsiders. All right. So they must also save their own safety. All right. So there's nothing wrong in saying they have to should issue. There's should not mention.
All right, no problem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break, just a short break, and when we come back, real talk and other conversations to follow. Stay with us. Welcome back. We have in studio with us Non's Luxury Home. You're welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, my people of River State. How on a day? My name is Harrison from Non's Luxury Homes Limited, a real estate in the heart of Port Harcourt. And we they introduce you a brand new estate where we they launch. The name na Non's Flourish Estate Phase 2 and Phase 3. Where they for Imogu community in Omagwa near Katus Filling Station. It's just 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout. Non's Flourish Estate Phase 2. This land na correct dry land and we dey launch them for promo price of 1.8 million naira. Yes, so now 1.8 million naira for outright payment. But if you no get the complete money, no worry yourself. We dey for you. You can start as low as 1 million naira, then we go help you spread the balance for 3 months. But no say na 2 million naira na you go pay because na instrumental payment. So call us on our number make we carry you go show you where this fantastic land dey. Our number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. Our second number na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our office dey for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. Nons Flourish Estate Phase 2 wey dey for Imogu community in Omagwa near Catus Filling Station. My brother is just 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout, selling for 1.8 million naira. Yes, so now 1.8 million naira for outright payment. And as you dey buy land from us, we dey give you free deed of conveyance. Yes, so we go give you free deed of conveyance and instant allocation. We no dey wait for weeks, we no dey wait for days, we no dey wait for months before we allocate you. As you dey buy land from Nons Luxury Homes Limited, our surveyor dey on ground to allocate you immediately, and in 3 days your documents don come out. So what are you waiting for? Come to our office wey dey for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali, or you can search us on Google and other social media platforms at Nons Luxury Homes Limited. That's our handle. Or you call us on our number 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. Our second number na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238
urging African judiciaries to prepare for emerging challenges in resolving commercial and financial disputes. She said while the African Continental Free Trade Area remains one of the continent's most ambitious economic integration projects, its success will depend on strong and reliable institutions that support commerce and investment. Kekereekun also urged African judiciaries, central banks, tax authorities, and alternative dispute resolution institutions to work together to reduce disputes, strengthen investor confidence, and advance the objectives of the Continental Trade Agreement. Human rights lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has called on the governments of Nigeria and Ghana to institute legal action against South Africa over recurring xenophobic attacks on African migrants. In a statement, Falana said taking the matter to the African Union would not guarantee justice or compensation for victims, arguing that the African Court on Human and People's Rights is the appropriate platform for legal redress. He made the call following renewed attacks in South Africa that displaced thousands of African migrants, including Nigerians, and led to fresh demands for compensation by the Nigerian government. According to Falana, South Africa later rejected Nigeria's compensation request, maintaining that many of the affected migrants were living in the country illegally. The senior lawyer urged affected African countries to jointly seek justice before the African courts in Arusha, Tanzania, to secure compensation and protect the rights of victims. The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, says his decision to pick former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso as his running mate for the 2027 presidential election was based on a shared vision to tackle poverty through education and economic transformation. Speaking in an interview, Obi said both leaders are committed to rebuilding Nigeria through transformational leadership, stressing that their alliance was formed on the common values rather than political convenience. The former Anambra State governor noted that Kwankwaso's long-standing commitment to education and human capital development aligns with his own agenda for national renewal. Obi also dismissed reports of disagreements within the Nigeria Democratic Congress ticket, insisting that there are no internal cracks between him and his running mate. The two politicians joined the Nigeria Democratic Congress after leaving a broader opposition coalition following internal disagreements and legal challenges within the African Democratic Congress ahead of the 2027 general election. On the foreign scene, controversial social media influencer Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate have been arrested in the United States following fresh criminal charges filed against them by British authorities. The United Kingdom's Crown Prosecution Service said Andrew Tate faces additional charges including rape, sex trafficking, and offenses relating to indecent images of a child, while Tristan Tate faces rape and trafficking related charges. Police say the brothers now face a total of 59 criminal charges linked to alleged offenses committed between 2010 and 2017. The Tate brothers have denied all allegations against them, while British prosecutors have begun legal proceedings to extradite them to the United Kingdom. Authorities say investigations into the case remain ongoing. And that was a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Don Wilson. Thank you for listening.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Catch the latest news, real talk, real stories, all on Today 95.1 FM, where you belong.
Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domoto. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look, the less you see o, because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want. You confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited wey dey along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now, or you reach them with these numbers
0912 994 7115 0912 994 7115 or 0813 572 3222 0813 572 3222.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Welcome back. It's 10 minutes past 9 o'clock. Of course, it's still today's quest on your premium talk station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is John Wilson. And don't forget, we have, the quartet of Frank. You know, I'm not going to do Mr. Frank right now until I get it. Frank Enewaji. All right. Public affairs analyst, author, and columnist. We also have Daniel Momo, who's a public affairs analyst, a strategic planner, travel consultant, and a member of the APC. I wonder why it has to be there, but okay. Maybe we might write you guys' affiliations as well. Frank Enewaji Ogunonu, member of such and such political party, so that we balance it out.
No, Daniel doesn't want. Daniel wants you to know that his opinions are. That of a supporter APC. He said, don't confuse him and think that it's a masculine.
Okay.
He's such a plain man.
All right. That's nice. And of course, we have Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, who's a legal practitioner, author, law teacher, public affairs analyst living in Nigeria. And our very own Sir Emmanuel Ndukwe, bringing up the rear, but definitely not least. All right. So we've been talking about the River State angle concerning the travel advisory and not so shocking realization that River State is still on that list and nothing has changed. The Port Harcourt is somewhat safe. River State is a do not travel. In fact, you're in a danger zone if you leave Port Harcourt and the seeming safety of Port Harcourt. That's not to say that I do not agree that River State is relatively safe. I agree with that. But let's now bring in the Nigerian angle as we then get into other topics for discourse. The question remains the same. Nigeria is still on that list, despite the fact that our army or our military personnel seem to have woken up. We have the TikTok bandit that's been killed. We have the rescue of the Orire abducted victims. We have many stories they put out there of how they've been beating back the terrorists and insurgents. And yet, somehow, that isn't enough to get us off that list or get us an approved rating. Now, I'm not saying this to say that we should take what the United States says as an official ranking of Nigeria, but people might look to the United States when it comes to investment, it comes to travel destinations and all of that. So are we not doing ourselves a disservice? Have we done enough as Nigerians? Who's going to field the question first? Who wants to go first? All right.
Anybody you
let me go with the man on my left. And that will be Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo.
Okay, like I said earlier on, I don't blame anybody who gives travel advice.
Okay.
I wake up in the morning, I will advise my members of my family. When you go to this place, be careful. When we are small, our parents used to tell us, if this person gives you food to eat,
don't take.
Pretend that you are eating. If you go to this place, those are all travel advisories. But my only problem is that our foreign service, our government doesn't realize that is part of government today.
Okay.
So I don't blame America or UK or anybody for doing that. There's nobody who will say that his house is on fire, especially when it's only smoldering. So America it took 4 hours yesterday, 4 hours for people to enter into the stadium because President Trump was coming.
Okay.
Security. So it means that they admit that no place is secure.
Okay.
Now, but we also must create an environment where, in spite of that, people want to come.
But are we not? Our military has been doing
good
lately.
That's what I'm saying now, that environment is created by the people.
Okay.
That's where Daniel Momo is not happy. He says that we are blowing it up.
Okay.
It's also created by the press, which, while it is reporting Port Harcourt, will also report on Elga.
Okay.
While it's reporting Abuja, will also report this. While it's reporting security, will report tourism. Will report. I mean, while America is reeling under school shooting, they are reporting developments. They are reporting industrialization. Of course, okay. They will report if it's happening. That's the other side to it. Transabadi has broken down. Will I report that there's industrial activity going there? No. Years ago, there's no way you would. I'm sure this studio will be interrupted by advertisement, by Michelin, by New Climb, by all that, because they were producing. So there's no way you will now come and say there's New Climb when there's no New Climb. Okay. So we must all be up and doing to make sure that while they are reporting away security, people can also see depositing the reports.
All right.
And then again, like I said, where I also try to put it on the media is that actually, unfortunately, today our media, maybe the new media method has made them. Nobody goes to the communities to even look at what is happening. Once I asked one of your presenter on entertainment here, is it only American entertainment? One of the one happened in my village, and all around. Go down to the communities, highlight them. Okay. They will even pay to respond to be on the media. So those are some of those things we have to do to also make people think that, oh, this place is what I'm going to. It's part of what we had.
All right. Let me come to you, Daniel Momo, because you championed this cause. Is our military not doing enough, or we are not reporting enough because you said we are the ones blowing it out of proportion? So how come what we've done hasn't gotten us up or down that list?
No, see, it's because we are seeking for their approval. Don't look at life from the prism in which they are looking at life.
Okay.
They tell you how democracy is supposed to be. They tell you how you are supposed to practice democracy. They tell you it is how they feel. And people must know. It is how they feel. It is not what you read in the books. They had gone from nation to nation, removing presidents of independent nations.
Okay.
Have you ever seen anywhere that the US put up a travel advisory, do not go to Israel? People still travel to Israel.
Okay.
With the attacks and all in Israel, people still travel to Israel. Because Israel is a friend to the United States. And so this is something that I don't say any nation should not advise its own, but let us talk about ourselves and define ourselves and tell you our own story. I don't want to read my story the way you see it.
Okay.
If you read what they say about us, somebody went somewhere and said, are you sure? He said, those days, my father said, when he got to Germany, that the friend was watching him, putting camera and all, to see whether my father has a tail. Yes, this is the story my father told me. So don't look at life how they see you. Tell them who you are. So I'm saying, see, yes, US has a right to its citizens to tell them, look, don't go to point A, don't go to point B. Be careful when you go here. You careful when you do that. Yeah. But the truth is that once we have this, it's because you asked me. If not, I ignore it. I'm not interested.
All right.
I'm also a travel consultant.
Okay.
There are nations that are not as peaceful as Nigeria, yet they welcome tourists to their countries. Yet we don't see the American because of the American interest in those countries. Some of the Asian countries where the US has its interest, especially in the Gulf, they are very hostile to visitors. Do you ever see any advice to telling the US people not to go there? Yes, they want to go there and explore oil. They want to go there and do other things. So for me, as a Nigerian, we are doing enough to combat this crime. Is this crime real? Yes. We have them all around us. Like I said, you cannot have 7 million people here. And you say, all of us will follow, not beat the traffic. This will not abuse privilege. This will not do that. No. But as a people and as a nation, we are doing the best that we can.
All right. Let's just get your thoughts, Mr. Frank and Oga Emmanuel, and then move on. Do you think, the America, the opinion of America is valued globally? Do you think, given that we're still on this list as Nigerians or even as River State folk, that investors would rather come to see for themselves or take hook, line, and sinker the American advisory?
Let us be frank. Investors are smart. Yes, I'm frank. And I have to be truthful. Like I used to tell even my children, if I do what is wrong, I will tell them I am wrong, not because I'm the father. Okay. In this country, we have brought in a lot of cultures, traditions that were not even defined. Are you aware in this country, maybe before independence, that killing of twins was a normal thing? Until somebody came and opened our eyes and didn't make this place up. That it was accepted as a good way to go, that giving birth to twins was cruelty, was abomination, and the whole villagers would gather and kill the twins. And it was a normal thing. Okay. So in the world, let us be frank, I monitor America. Just American government, let me also tell you without misword, is one of the difficult governments on earth. American government. Okay. That's what I know very well. I can mention the countries that I know. All the advanced nations, they can suppress you the way they like. But the truth is that the social security, you can easily, let us be frank, America has 50 states. What we are discussing is individual violence. Somebody can carry a gun and shoot. Okay. It's that was unpredictable. But here we are predicting and it's happening. Can you just imagine what happened 2 weeks ago? That a road safety officer died and he was taken to his village in Zimbabwe. Within Kogi State, the cops and those in the entourage were kidnapped with the cops. Come on! We must tell ourselves the truth in this country. That cannot happen in America.
All right.
Sorry.
All right.
I have to be. See, we have fear. Even if I tell you that we are, our leaders and all of us will be sincere. Okay. But one of the things that is happening that when things happen, all of us want to play parts.
All right.
It's not happening. Something is happening, but for me, if the government trying, the government is trying, but they have not done enough. We need more from them.
All right, so Emmanuel, your final thoughts. Should we take it with a pinch of salt?
The American advisory?
In its entirety concerning Nigeria and River State?
Done, they're on point. Let us tell ourselves the truth.
So,
and I have
so we deserve to still be on that list?
No, we don't. Okay. We make effort, and of course, I think they are making effort. Okay. They are making effort, but their effort is not enough, truly. It's not, because you mentioned certain places where they've restricted those kidnapped and all that. It's just all those places, those few places. There are people that, these are the ones that came under the radar. That's why we are talking about them. But it's happening in the hinterlands every day and nobody will hear anything about them. Okay. Should they be happening? Should they be happening? Nobody has security 100%. Even in America, as we are talking about America. But the issue is that once it happens, the swiftness with which they will tackle that issue, you see, if it's something they can retrieve, they retrieve it. If it's something like a death, as it has culminated in death, there's nothing anybody can do about it. But they'll unravel the circumstances that led to that death. Okay. But in Nigeria, even if you mention it, for instance, you had the kidnap you are talking about, you saw how long the children suffered. Whatever they are saying, and as Mackinday is coming up with conspiracy theory, which of course I said, well, conspiracy theory, this call is not bad for me, but whatever happens, how can this kind of thing be happening? And it was as if there was no government. They kept quiet, but eventually they did it. And that's the best aspect of it. Now, the whole thing America is saying, we can get out of it if we at home looking what? and then recalibrate our security systems.
All right.
That's the only way.
All right, so ladies
No,
and
but
gentlemen.
just a minute. Sorry.
Yes.
You see, when I keep hearing truth on this platform, truth is relative.
Okay.
Truth is relative.
Yes.
Depending on where you are looking at it from, truth is relative.
But truth remains truth.
No, hold on. America is 200 how many years nation?
It's 250 now.
They celebrated 250.
Yes.
And we are close to about 60.
So we can continue.
No.
60 and counting.
Yeah.
I think a little over.
Yes, so you are comparing yourself with a nation that had experienced when America was 60, can a black even vote?
Oh, please. Don't
No,
go
now.
there.
No. When America was 60 years old.
So are you telling me we need
No,
to make
no, that's not what I'm saying.
America?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying?
You won't have to compare apple for apple. No, that's not how it's done. No, you don't have to do that.
Excuse me.
No, you don't have to.
Experience no longer the best teacher.
No. You don't have to say, for example, you are looking at insecurity and how America has curbed insecurity in its own domain, and then you will you are going to match it with Nigeria. No, that's not how it's done. No, that's not how it's done.
When the technology exists.
No.
The history books exist.
No, see. Okay. See.
To give you a guide.
No, hold on.
No, won't walk in the same path the people walk before and make mistakes.
This comparison, no. It doesn't work that way. It's same way to say that he's a lawyer. What did you read in school?
I'm a lawyer as well.
You are a lawyer. He is a lawyer. But you don't back his experience. You don't come to his own experience, not just in law, but what he had done. You don't compare. For example, when I say I'm comparing Doc and you,
yes,
I don't compare. I compare your journey to how far you have come.
I still disagree. Because even in law, we look to Lord Denning and all of them. Their experiences as a guy, the president. So there's no way you will exonerate Nigeria from this one.
Not exonerate. I'm not exonerating anyone.
All right.
I'm saying, so when we compare what you say, for example, say terrorism in Nigeria.
All right.
It's about 20-something years now. Yeah. You are going to compare our journey. You don't compare with America. No, that's not how you do it. You compare how we have moved from that time to where we are today. What progress have we made? Wow. Not to now say, for example, you are going to say, oh, there is terrorism in Pakistan. Okay. You now start comparing A for A. No, that's not how it works. No, that's not how it works.
Please, see, I am a Nigerian like every other person here.
Okay. Like Ghana and Momo.
Yes. When we fail to see our history of the past and present. Sorry, I was not born when crude oil was discovered in Nigeria.
Okay.
I didn't know when they built refineries. How come we are comparing ourselves with America? America is sustaining their national assets. Put anywhere.
Okay.
Sustaining what national assets?
I mean, whatever they have built. I grew up to hear NASDAQ.
Okay.
NASA.
Okay.
Who controls NASA? I may be wrong. I don't need to know. Who controls NASA? America has not allowed NASA. And let me mention that one that I know very well.
Okay.
NASA has not gone down any day. They keep funding NASA. What happens to our crude oil that today Nigeria as a nation is using Strait of Hormuz? That shouldn't even concern us as the massive oil producer in the whole world.
All right.
We have what it takes. Are you aware? Let me also tell you. 2022, I'm coming, sir. I'm coming.
Not the issue.
No, I let me call it rubbish.
No, I'm not saying rubbish. I say you are modeling up the issue.
Okay, it's okay. Because you are saying comparing to Nigeria with the US. US has gone, if you look at the issue of US, let me tell you for free. What I've been able to gather about US when my brother was trying to live is the issue of racism. That played a very controversial role in America. But they have gone ahead.
When did they gone ahead?
No. Somebody has to stand up. I can mention. Sorry, I have come before as a nation Nigeria. In conclusion.
Yes. Okay, you want to say something? All right.
Also say what you have. So, somehow, with all respect to that, it's distressing. Incidentally, I also read the history of the Americans.
Okay.
Even when they were 60 as a nation. And yes, it was even an immigrant nation. It's not a nation where people have been existing and growing as their own self.
No, the Indians were there.
You know, they excluded Indians. The India, everything today, they're like, I mean,
the Native Americans.
The Native Americans are like bypassed. You know, they don't have all the fullness of right others had. You know that happened. So, even at them, you could see a society that was moving. Okay. They had built their structures, they had built their institutions in a way that you could see it was moving. Our concern and mine today is that we are not. If we are growing, even the Americans will know we are growing. Okay. And there was a time we are growing. Even the Americans, we are eager to be here.
Yeah, of course.
You understand? Even the Americans.
No, but that was not what I was saying.
Don't worry now. Even then, they didn't give travel advisory. They are giving travel advisory, but they didn't give against Nigeria. Okay. But now that we are taking the turn for the worse, they are telling me what they are seeing. And like I said, that is not a problem. I wish, and that's one thing that I said here last time. The challenge we have, those who have access to the microphone like this, is that we must understand we are not here to give room for mediocrity, for failure. Okay. Once we tell them, our leaders, you know, there was a gun incident in California, so they can kidnap people in Choba. The leaders say, thank God. An erudite speaker, eloquent speaker like Daniel has justified us. That's not what. So we must be careful, because otherwise we will say, why, you know, our people used to have those things in Igbo that people to blow the flutes are good. Why are we using microphone now? All right. Why didn't you wait until it? But we have used an advancement. Years ago, when I started appearing in radio station, they were not even having this kind of console they're having here. Okay. But they're all moving. And if you didn't have it, Dan, who also is a frequent radio media personality, would even ask you, why are you still using this thing I saw in 2000? So we should take advantage of advancement and grow from there. Okay.
No, what I'm trying to say first is, America is not a moral compass for anybody to dictate to people how they live their life. America went to Venezuela, kidnapped a president, killed people. Did you hear that? And they kept that person in prison. Is that democracy? I'm saying here that, see, America shouldn't tell me how I live my life in River State. River State is safe. Now, when you move the conversation to Nigeria, I'm saying, see, when you are comparing Nigeria, can we look at countries where we took independence the same time and compare apple for apple? I'm not saying that, look, America is 250 years. So when we are 250 years, we should go and be kidnapping the presidents of Ghana, kidnapping the president of Sierra Leone. When Tinubu attempted to invade, was it Burkina Faso or
one of the Sahel states? Yeah.
All of you, did you agree with him? We all disagree. That country is that America in 250 years is going to nations kidnapping their president. And I'm saying, see, when we want to compare Nigerian progress, we cannot say US. No. We got independent with Ghana, almost same time. We got it. That nations will sit there and say, okay, have we made progress?
Can I ask a question?
No. The conversation case. No. It was when Mr. Ima said something.
Should travel advisory. And if they do,
and I said yes,
what is the impact on us? And maybe how should we react? And I think it's good to focus on that in this discussion.
That we should no longer be on that list. Have we done enough to get ourselves off that list?
And I'm saying we should not seek their approval. When you say have we done enough, we are seeking their approval.
Okay, fine. Let me tackle you on something. You used Ghana, right?
Oh.
Is Ghana on that list?
See, if I tell you politics being played, hold on. Let me tell you something. No, you asked a question.
Okay.
Trump called the president and asked that deportees from other nations should be dumped in Nigeria. Nigerian government refused. Do you know the Ghanaian government accepted it? And nations that are not Ghanaians are dumped in Ghana. Are you aware that people who got deported, that their own nation rejected them, they were dumped in Ghana? So that is the relationship. Okay, so it is politics.
That's an interesting point. You say
it is politics.
But what's happening in Nigeria is still not happening in Ghana.
Even
Ghana, even if they took in deportees and all of that, they are not on that list.
That list is not to seek an approval. Don't use yourself to seek an approval
Right.
with that list.
Let's move on.
No,
that's his opinion.
Let's move on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for another heated debate because according to Hope Uzodinma, who is the Imo State governor, he has reportedly likened President Bola Tinubu to Lee Kuan Yew. Apologies, they're making me laugh. I'm not the one laughing on my own. So yes, Lee Kuan Yew is I think he's dead now. He's Singapore's founding prime minister. And Hope Uzodinma is arguing that Tinubu's economic reforms are similar in ambition to the policies that transformed Singapore. So let me give you a bit of a breakdown what Hope Uzodinma said. Tinubu came into office with a clear plan to implement far-reaching economic reforms. Although the reforms initially caused hardship, he believes they are beginning to produce positive results, including increased revenue for states and greater investment in infrastructure and human capital. He described Tinubu as another Lee Kuan Yew, suggesting Nigeria is on a path of long-term transformation under his leadership. And he predicted that Nigerians would re-elect Tinubu in the 2027 presidential election because, in his view, the benefits of the reforms will become more evident over time. Fine. Lee Kuan Yew is touted as a person who reformed Singapore.
Yeah.
And the Singapore we have today, that all of us are rushing to his credit. But I don't know. Do you guys agree, given that the reforms that Lee Kuan Yew took included housing for the poor, but we still have homeless people. It included recalibrating the educational sector. But we still have over 20 million kids in Nigeria out of school. I would grant that, okay, he was a bit authoritarian. There was clamped down on political opposition and all of that. Could that be where Hope Uzodinma is likening the Tinubu administration, or am I reaching?
The clampdown. Clampdown.
Yes. So where exactly do you agree with Hope Uzodinma?
You know, the problem is that. And one of the problems that our leaders don't read.
Okay.
I picked Lee Kuan Yew, third to first world, Singapore.
Okay.
I've read it page to page and went on to the half again, second time.
Okay.
And when he says that, he's right in one sense, in the sense of having vision or trying to envision things. Lee Kuan Yew envisioned this country can move. But where he got it absolutely wrong, that the leaders, including Hope Uzodinma and Tinubu and all of them, are not ready to do one bit of what Lee Kuan Yew did. First to himself, to his cabinet, that made Singaporeans to move with him.
Okay, you're talking about his clampdown on corruption, right?
No. First of all, he's deciding that, look, you know, look when he said, look, we're a poor country. When they cut off from Malaysia, he said, look, we're a poor people that are almost hopeless. We have to now not only cut our coat according to our size, according to what we can produce, and everybody, including himself, began to lead that exemplary, they didn't have to ride the kind of cars Tinubu or kind of convoys Tinubu goes with around. Lee Kuan Yew's convoy, even till he left as prime minister after transforming the country, was never as long as Hope Uzodinma's convoy.
Okay, all right.
So leadership is not only about vision, as important as vision is, but it is more on example. Murtala Mohammed led this country for only 6 months. But we still remember, even those who were not born by that time, are still talking about him. I was in primary school. I remember I said yesterday when the day he was killed and they dismissed him from school. You understand? 6 months. This Murtala was driving, rugging on with only his car. Even against advice, but he shows that simplicity. That's what caught Nigerians, and we're ready to follow him. Where Nigerians were ready to say, Murtala, anywhere you're going, we'll go. And there was a military coup, and Nigerians came out, students of Unilag and all that, said, we're ready to die. It cannot be. But today, you can't do that for Tinubu.
Okay.
You can't. For which leader in this country can the people say, no, this man will stick out our neck? No. So it's not just quoting people. Abraham Lincoln did this one. Franklin Roosevelt did this one. Lee Kuan Yew did. No. The moment we see you leading, we'll follow. Nigeria is one of the easiest people to lead in the world.
All right. So, Emmanuel, what do you think? Given the economic atmosphere we find ourselves in, do you think we have a Lee Kuan Yew on our hands, a Nigerian version anyway?
No, we don't. I don't know where Uzodinma got his own variant of explanation.
Okay.
See, Lee Kuan Yew, I very well applaud him he may have injected doses of maybe autocratic leadership. But Don, sometimes high-handedness is a little bit of it is required
in
to
governance?
mold, yes, in governance, to mold people into the line.
Like Murtala had.
Yes, like Murtala also. Even the Buhari we talk about, because for instance,
which Buhari?
Buhari,
Muhammad, we had two Buhari.
Muhammadu Buhari.
No, we had two Buhari.
Military Buhari or civil
military,
exactly.
Of course, military, of course.
All right.
When he introduced okay, it made do you know that if you go to bank and then you are lined up, some individuals who think they are above the law will just come and then stay in front, and maybe they have muscles and all that. People will be afraid, and they must finish what they are doing. Even the people at the counter will not have the guts to tell the person go back. They'll finish with him so that others peace could continue reigning.
Right.
So, for instance, Buhari tried, even as a civilian president, he now remember, he and what's his name, Osibanjo, his VP, said they will slash their salary. That is where Lee Kuan Yew or such things came in. All-star measures were introduced in Singapore. They followed. And it's not as if Lee Kuan Yew was indeed living in a palatial place and all that, doing everything extravagantly, and then forcing the people just to be austere. No. He gave the order and he followed. Example indeed is better than precept.
Okay.
So for me, let Uzodinma tell me how austere the leadership of Nigeria is. You remember, anytime Tinubu travels and comes back, you see the motorcade. I don't know whether anybody could stand and count all of them.
I think there was a video one time. Somebody did count.
Is that the attribute of Lee Kuan Yew? The new Lee Kuan Yew that Uzodinma wants to fashion Tinubu for? Now see, he bought the jet while we were reeling in poverty in this country. I think whether it was 150 million or whatever, he bought that. Then look at his motorcade. The ones he's using, the cars he's using, the Escalades.
And Lee Kuan Yew never had
I don't understand all this sycophancy. They're pushing it to the extent that somebody will say, what is going on in this country? How can a man that is of age be saying that Tinubu... See, Tinubu may have vision, but that vision, he has not pursued it to where he should pursue it so that Nigeria will be the beneficiary of it. He has not done so. So for me, Uzodinma is talking just for him to be earning his salary. What I mean by that is that for Tinubu to be in Tinubu's good book.
Okay.
That is it.
All right. All right. I can't wait to hear your thoughts, Daniel Mombo.
He's a member of FCC.
So,
Who kick against it.
Do we have a Lee Kuan Yew in the current administration? Or should he have used some other analogy like Moses?
No, I think one of the service we have done to ourselves in the Human Rights Commission, or in the human rights world rather, is having the codes of these people. Lee Kuan Yew was a devil. A devil I do not wish anyone. I see.
A devil? Authoritarian,
No. You play that down. No, you are playing it down. It is not yes.
Unless
if Tinubu tried what Lee Kuan Yew did, Lee Kuan Yew spent above 30 years in power. He refuses other persons.
Is Singapore not better off for it?
Okay, can we ask Tinubu to please continue? Let every other opposition drop.
Yeah, but here's
no,
the
no,
thing.
no, 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 no.
Here's the thing. Now, here's the thing. Lee Kuan Yew was doing things, even in housing. He gave the people that are living in what we call bachas.
And he did that in 3 years.
He did that over
He did
time.
that in 3 years.
Can you point to what the
You know when I said no,
okay,
hold on
this
now.
is a visible thing.
No, hold on now. Hold on. When I was saying that, don't compare us with America. Compare us with people who took independence together. Right. I'm not saying that we should not look and be ambitious and to say these people got to this place, we want to get there. Yes, we should do that. But when it comes to comparison, you are going to look at when Lee Kuan Yew was 3 years in government, what did they achieve? People were running away from Singapore. So when we now come
just
after,
like
hold on now. When we now talked about a man who suppressed people's ambition, people have a right in a country to aspire. He suppressed those things, remain in power for more than 30 years, and suddenly is the glory of everything good that we will now talk about.
But even Uzodimma is saying it's the glory as well.
Hold on. You see, what Uzodimma said, he was specific. He didn't say Lee Kuan Yew as a person. He said the economic reform. When Lee Kuan Yew started his economic reform, people were running away from Singapore. The hard decisions he took, like Doc said, that he had a vision of where he wanted to go. But having that vision, did he also allow others to aspire? Read about Lee Kuan Yew, about what happened that time. So, if he is talking about, His Excellency Uzodimma is talking about the hard decisions taken by Lee Kuan Yew, at that time I agree that this president has taken some hard decisions, very hard decisions. The decisions that most government had refused or were afraid to take out was the subsidy decision. This government took it off. This government went to court, the Supreme Court, and make sure that the local government should exist. So there are decisions taken at that time. So you can compare regarding decisions about, okay, when Lee Kuan Yew was 3 years in government, he took these decisions, though those decisions were not friendly to that nation, but those decisions led them to where they are today. I think Uzodimma is correct, is right. But when you look at the total of who Lee Kuan Yew is a devil.
All right, fine. Before I open the floor for Mr. Frank, I took the liberty of checking Lee Kuan Yew's first 3 years.
Okay.
So key achievements and economic reforms, 1965 to 68, shift to export-oriented industrialization. Okay. Recognizing that Singapore lacked a domestic market, Lee pivoted the economy from simple trading to manufacturing, paving the way for the development of the Jurong Industrial Estate to create factory jobs for the unemployed. Okay. Attracting multinational corporations as MNCs, he established the Economic Development Board, EDB, to actively court foreign investors with tax incentives, political stability, and a reliable rule of law. Labor law reforms to ensure labor peace. Lee's administration introduced strict labor laws that restricted strikes and tied wage increases to productivity, making Singapore highly attractive to global businesses. Creation of the National Service. Introduced in 1967, mandatory military service not only built a self-reliant defense force, but also fostered a shared national identity among a highly diverse and divided population. Of course, the expansion of public houses, I just said that. Can you
not achieve. Those are the things. Those were things he was doing. First, as we talk today,
yes.
This president had awarded the major ports in Nigeria for commercial purposes. This president is pulling down the airport in Lagos to build an airport that would, for example, take other African countries to use Nigerians' route as a connecting flight to other nations. So these things are ongoing in 3 years. What you read out is not what he achieved That's what he was doing in 3 years. No, that's not what he
According
achieved.
to the risk,
No.
did I get the English wrong?
No.
Key achievements and economic reforms, 1965 to 1965.
No, hold on.
Mama.
No, hold on. Let me just land. This president, sorry about that. This president is taking those decisions, very hard decisions he has taken. And back to the conversation, Uzodimma was right in terms of comparing him into that decision taken, not to the person who Lee Kuan Yew was or something. So this is Uzodimma is right.
For me, to make comparison is not wrong. It's not wrong. But in reality, we cannot be equated. The truth is that, like we talk of Singapore, yes, for him to have achieved that, he has stepped on toes, no doubt. But what I see in this country, I feel that Tinubu, who came into office on 29th May 2023 and says something is gone, took a right decision, but in the process of time, sorry, I read a book by Amaktoum, the leader of the United Arab Emirates, my vision. Today, we stay here and talk about Dubai as if Dubai is a country. Dubai is not a country. Dubai is a state like Nigeria. Our leaders, political leaders have told us about the organization of our economy for too long a time. For too long a time, we've not seen our economy being diversified. We are still operating, even though we have heard that, gold, other others have been discovered in Katrina. We don't have roadmap. We don't have blueprint. It's about job by job. Ordinarily, yes, the subsidy removal is giving federal government of Nigeria more money. But what is the impact in terms of development, industrialization? I have to be frank. That's my name. I was a boy in the 80s. There was NEPA, what we call NEPA. In the 80s, it was called NEPA. And we thought, by vision of industrialization, by now we sort of had what we may call a stable power supply. Today, they have told us to go on, every family should go on what they call solar power. The question is, in China, is everybody using solar power? The question to my informant is no. In America, is everybody using solar power? The question, my answer is no. There is central power supply. Which countries are improving on it to make sure they have energy to run their businesses. But here today in this country, we have been told, go and get your power. So you decide America is the father of capitalism, but they still have central power supply. Have you ever heard President Trump or Governor of California, Governor of New York, who said he would arrest Benjamin in the town when he comes to U.S. to attend the U.S. General Assembly? Do we have them come on CNN to say we want to build roads? Have you ever heard?
Yes.
They want to build roads during campaign.
Bridges.
So what my concern is this. Lee Kuan Yew was hard, no doubt. Among the prime, because for anybody to stay in power for such a time, it became like he was like a dictator.
He was a dictator.
But I use that word, it's my word. But he had a vision where he's taking the country to. He had a vision. But in Nigeria, like people came on board and said something is gone. Some of us were happy. I wrote about it. I published it. But now the money is within the political cycle. Quote anywhere. So even with the money you see a local government collecting 1.something billion, you don't see any impact. So David, I agree, we have more money, but the money, we don't see them using the money to diversify. So that's where they're also getting run from Lee Kuan Yew philosophy.
Right.
But ordinarily, a leader must have a target. There's no leader like that issue of going to Coastal Road. which is the biggest country project in Nigeria since I was born, 15.something trillion naira. They know that this project they cannot achieve it. Yes, sir. I am being honest. Tinubu cannot achieve that project except we want to be. That's where he's talking about Yu. Maybe we elongate his tenure. If not, him alone cannot.
He doesn't have to finish it.
He now saying, I say he cannot. No, but that's why this person is saying, Tinubu cannot finish that project. That project cannot be finished by a single administration.
No, but that's no fault. I'm
not saying.
It's something we also understand.
I agree.
You start and finish. It's a battle.
No, I'm not saying that. Get my point. The point I'm trying to say. Ordinary federal government is a federal government project. That's the point I'm trying to make. Whether APC or PDP, whether Labour or ADC, if you come on board as good as that project, it should be stopped. But here in Nigeria, we use sentiment to run a project. Sorry, I don't know if you have gone to Ajakuta. In my writing, I have to go to Ajakuta. Are you aware that the Nigerian government is playing with Ajakuta? I don't know whether it was established in the 80s. Do you know how many trillions of naira invested by our leader? Right. So, ordinarily, combine the Kwanyu with the.
I know your time is almost over.
With the.
There's one statement. Leap on you. Okay, we'll come back.
I don't think they can run together.
All right, let's take this commercial. We'll be right back.
Welcome to another interesting time on radio. I told you that we're going to be having an interesting personality join us on the radio today, and this person is no other than the general manager of Endless Properties, Engineer Okpara. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
So you said you have a lot of opportunities in Endless Properties. There are a lot of things going on that we would like to hear. I want you to just go ahead and tell us what you have for us.
My name is Engineer Okpara, and by the special grace of God, I'm the general manager of Endless Properties and Development Limited. Endless Properties and Development is a real estate company and property development limited. We sell land, we sell houses, we design, we build, and we transfer. I've been doing it for the past 10 good years. We have a head office here in Port Harcourt, branch office in Lagos, Abuja, Uyo, and other major cities here in Nigeria. The good news in Endless Properties right now is this. Endless Property just launched a new estate called Peaceland Estate by Greater Market. That is where this estate is located. It's a table land, buy, build, and parking. As we are talking right now, the estate is fenced, it's gated estate, and currently we have over 30 people currently building in this estate. A lot of persons already living in phase 1, so it's buy, build, and parking. So if you're listening to Endless Properties Limited and your house rent is 500,000, 1 million naira, and you're tired of paying house rent, and you want to buy where you can buy, build, and parking, this is our Peaceland Estate by Greater Market. You get around about, it goes for 10 million naira, but we're doing a promo for 8 million naira. So it's an amazing one. Then we can also buy our Golden Estate, Igritale. This Igritale go for 3.5 million naira, just behind the airport, behind the stadium. This will go for 3.5 million naira. Then if you want to buy our Royal Estate, Ilingbu, just by Tank by East West Road, just behind the Ilingbu police station, this one is a fantastic estate. Then you can also buy our Graceland Estate, Sass Road by Cedarwood Estate. Cedarwood Estate, Sass Road behind the Portland Hotel. This one is already a city on its own. Then if you want to live where the neighborhood are premium, then you can buy our Kudos Estate by NMPC Estate off Odili Road by Elelewa Akpajo, just by the police checking point, 24-hour slide. This one is amazing. Only few plots left in this particular estate. In fact, to take advantage of this endless opportunities, call Endless Properties Updated Customer Care on 081 357 61259. Take it again. Call 081 357 61259. Can call me Engineer Okpara on 080 378 98547. What to do business with Endless Properties? Call me Engineer Okpara on 080 378 98547. You can also buy our Graceland Estate. Immediately after Chukuchu Bridge, behind the River State University of Science and Technology, the campus extension. This one go for just 1.5 million naira against the official price of 1.8 million naira. Then you can also buy a better estate, Abara, directly opposite the River State University. So you're looking for where to build hostel, event center, residential building. This is our estate, Abara. You go for 30 million naira. You can also buy a golden estate, Omaba, opposite Salvation Mills University. Immediately after Omaba Market, this one go for 5 million naira. Then you can also buy our academic estate, go for 1.2 million naira. By tomorrow, we're going for site inspection 10 a.m. Come to our office, 49 Old Aba Road, by room on Massey Road about 49 Old Aba Road, with Sheffield with the Redeemed Church. Or you can check out our website www.endlessgroup.com. Any land you buy with Endless Properties Updated, you get your land up again, your deed of conveyance, you get your survey plan. Then if you cannot pay outright, you can pay small. So whether you have 100,000, you have 200, you have 500,000, you can take 1 year payment plan, 6 month payment plan, 3 months payment plan. So call Endless Properties Updated customer care on 081 357 61259 081 357 61259 or call me, Engineer Opera, to invest with Endless Properties Unlimited on 080 378 98547 080 378 98547. Contact our office 49 Old Aba Road by Rubomasi, Rumobiakani Road, opposite the Mimi Bar, beside the Redeemed Church, just very close to Share Company. Thank you.
Grab the opportunity today and get a property from Endless Properties. So many opportunities waiting for you. Bye.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Dawn Wilson. Senators have defended the National Assembly's decision to prioritize constitutional amendments for the creation of state police, arguing that the nation's escalating security crisis makes the reform an urgent necessity. The clarification comes in response to public concerns that the legislature is sidelining other vital constitutional amendments in favor of the policing bill. Senate leader Okpeyemi Bamidele, speaking through his media directorate, emphasized that insecurity remains the top concern for Nigerians. Bamidele stressed that the 10th National Assembly cannot afford to ignore the growing demand for decentralized policing at a time when lives and property are constantly threatened. Also, the Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro dismissed concerns that other constitutional amendments were abandoned, noting that the review committee deliberately segmented the process to fast-track urgent issues, particularly with state police. African Democratic Congress ADC presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has accused the federal government of hiding 12.8 trillion naira under the service-wide vote in the 2026 budget. In a statement released by his senior special assistant on public communication, Frank Shaibu, Atiku noted that the allocation has inexplicably jumped by over 1,900% from 638 billion naira in 2025, describing it as the most brazen assault on fiscal transparency in Nigeria's history. Atiku raised concerns over budgetary discrepancies, noting that 84% of the 2026 budget is concentrated within just 10 ministries, departments, and agencies. He therefore warned that if the presidency fails to clarify these funds, Nigerians will be justified in suspecting they are being stashed away for President Tinubu's 2027 re-election campaign. A chieftain of the African Democratic Congress and former presidential candidate Dele Momodu has stated that public resentment toward President Bola Tinubu ahead of the 2027 election is highly unprecedented. Speaking in an interview, Momodu asserted that the majority of Nigerians, including members of Tinubu's own ruling party, are currently opposed to his administration. He highlighted a significant shift in the political landscape, noting that the president has lost the crucial backing of the North that secured his previous victory, while also lacking support in the South. The ADC chieftain also explained that any winning candidate must secure an overall majority and a mandatory minimum of 25% of the votes across 25 states. Given the widespread opposition and fractured base, Momodu expressed strong skepticism regarding Tinubu's bid to meeting these electoral requirements. On the foreign scene, Andy Burnham is set to officially become the UK's new Prime Minister today, succeeding Keir Starmer. Starmer is expected to deliver a final address this morning before both men visit King Charles III at Buckingham Palace to formalize the transfer of power. Following the palace meeting, Burnham will deliver his inaugural Downing Street speech, promising Britain more breathing room and advocating for a more stable and responsible political landscape. Meanwhile, Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has wished the incoming Prime Minister success, but publicly warned that he is taking office without a clear, definitive plan. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Dawn Wilson. Thank you for listening. Good morning.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Lincoln Paints, home of quality paint and wall designs. Looking for interior and exterior double design? That's it. Paint and decoration. Choose only one name, Gravitex Design by Lincoln Paints. Gravitex is not just beauty inside and outside your building. It adds strength and durability that lasts. Gravitex is anti-crack, waterproof finish that stands up to sun and heavy rains. Textured premium look, low maintenance. Your walls stay solid, your colors stay fresh. Year after year, Gravitex add color and smartness to your space. Gravitex increase durability of your walls. Get Gravitex Design today at Lincoln Paints, Miniolu off Ada George Road, or opposite NTA Gate, NTA Mboba Road, or call 0803-087-7704. That is 0803-087-7704 or 0707-977-8364. Again, 0707-977-8364. Lincoln Paints. Color your world. Fortify your walls.
The local organizing committee of the 2026 Nigeria Customs Service Public Relations Conference heartily welcomes the Controller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Ademi, MFR, FNIPR, PhD, the National Public Relations Officer of the Service, Deputy Controller of Customs, Abdullahi Aliyu Mewada, MNIPR, MNIIA, PhD, and the entire officers and men of the unit to Zone C for the Annual Public Relations Conference 2026 themed Realigning Corporate Communication as a Strategic Driver of Institutional Effectiveness and Public Trust, scheduled as followed. Date, Wednesday 22nd to Friday 24th July 2026. Venue, Asney Place, Louise Drive, New GRA, Port Harcourt. Time, 8 a.m. daily. Activities marking the conference include technical and panelist sessions, interactive sessions, and the Town and Gown session, amongst others. Guest of honor, Pascal C. Chibuike, the Acting Assistant Controller General of Customs and Zonal Coordinator, Zone C. Host, DC Abdullahi Aliyu Mewada, National Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian Customs Service. This is signed, Local Organizing Committee, Nigeria Customs Service Public Relations Conference 2026.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
The alarms are off. The football world is awake. Every goal, every upset, every unforgettable moment lives here.
There's a goal for the world!
This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. The 2026 World Cup has come to an end, and what a tournament it has been. Spain are champions once again after a hard-fought victory over Argentina, while several players have written their names in football history. Even after the final whistle has gone at the World Cup, the football conversation continues, which is why we're here this morning on Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily feel before kickoff, proudly brought to you by Peak Milk. Every breakfast is another chance to show up like a champion, and champions will choose Peak Milk, the gold standard for milk nourishment. Fortified with 28 essential vitamins and minerals, it is not just the milk, it is the official sponsor of your ambition. We've got another exciting show lined up for you this morning. You hear who picked up the biggest individual awards from the World Cup, relieve Spain's historic victory over Argentina, and shine the spotlight on Rodri, the man who quietly controlled Spain's journey to the trophy. We'll also bring you some incredible tournament numbers before breaking down the tactics that helped Spain become world champions for the second time. So wherever you're listening from, thanks for making us a part of your morning. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Peak brings the goodness to every kind of morning. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Every pass, every goal, every unforgettable football moment starts with energy, and that's why Peak Milk is bringing the excitement closer to the fans. Welcome to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your destination for football conversations powered by the goodness and energy of Peak. From global football highlights to fan moments and match day vibes, Peak Milk is here to fuel the passion, celebrate the game, and keep you going through every football moment. Because champions don't just watch the game, they stay at their peak. Stay energized, stay football ready. Everything making headlines across the tournament.
The statement from the Dutch, who go to the top of Group F.
Welcome to World Cup Brief. The action starts with World Cup Brief here on Peak Global Breakfast Football Show, brought to you by Peak Milk. France forward Kylian Mbappe has finished as the top scorer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, winning the Golden Boot with 10 goals. He finished ahead of Argentina captain Lionel Messi, who scored 8 goals, while Erling Haaland and England duo Jude Bellingham and Harry Kane also finished among the tournament leading scorers. Mbappe started the tournament in brilliant form. He scored twice against Senegal, added 2 against Iraq, and continued finding the net throughout the rest of the knockout rounds. Although France lost 2-0 to Spain in the semi-finals, Mbappe bounced back with another 2 goals against England in third place to seal the Golden Boot. Mbappe also won this Golden Boot award at the last World Cup, making it back-to-back Golden Boot victories. Spain also dominated the individual awards after lifting the trophy. Spain midfielder Rodri was named the player of the tournament. Young defender Paul Kobasi won the Young Player of the Tournament award, while goalkeeper Unai Simon received the Golden Globe after conceding just 1 goal in 7 matches. Meanwhile, Spain have written another chapter in football history. Their 1-0 victory over Argentina in the final stretched their unbeaten run to 38 matches, the longest unbeaten run ever by a men's national team. And finally, England midfielder Declan Rice believes the England team is the strongest the country has had since their famous World Cup win in 1966. England finished third after beating France 6-4 in an entertaining third-place playoff. Rice admitted the semi-final defeat to Argentina was disappointing, but he believes this group has shown they can compete with the very best. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Feel the goals. Relieve the drama.
Oh, risky challenge! It's a red card.
Review the battles.
Oh, what a touch. That is beautiful.
This is Peak Match Zone. Peak Milk proudly brings you Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, a place where football fans come together to celebrate the game they love. From unforgettable matches to football moments that stay with us for years, Peak Milk is proud to fuel the passion that brings fans together. Stay connected, stay energized, and stay at your peak. Coming up on the show next is Peak Match Zone. Spain are world champions once again. After they defeated Argentina 1-0, they had to go through extra time in a dramatic FIFA World Cup final. The winning goal came in the 106th minute when substitute Ferran Torres finished from close range after Nico Williams hit the ball into his path. Torres later described the goal by saying it was a goal scored by 47 million people, referring to the population of Spain. Argentina's task became even harder just before extra time. Midfielder Enzo Fernandez was sent off after picking up a second yellow card for a late challenge on young defender Paul Kobasi. Tempers also boiled after the final whistle, with players from both teams involved involved in a heated confrontation. Argentina midfielder Leandro Paredes was also shown a red card. Spain controlled most of the game from start to finish and created chance after chance. Argentina goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez produced an astounding performance, making 11 saves, the most ever recorded by a goalkeeper in a World Cup final, to keep his team in the contest. Despite having Lionel Messi leading the attack, Argentina struggled to create clear-cut opportunities. In fact, they did not register a shot until the 117th minute when Messi finally tested the Spanish defense, but the effort was blocked wide. Argentina had hoped to become the first nation since Brazil in 1962 to successfully defend the World Cup title, but Spain simply proved too strong on the night. The European champions stayed patient and stayed organized to go on to lift their second World Cup trophy. The victory also made Luis de la Fuente, at 65-year-old, the oldest manager ever to win a FIFA World Cup.
This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show.
Football brings us together. The excitement, the conversations, the unforgettable moments. And at Peak Milk, we are proud to be part of every moment that keeps fans connected. You are still listening to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, a place where football fans come together to share the love of the game, enjoy exciting conversations, and stay energized all season long. Because every football moment is better when you stay at your peak. From rising stars to legends in the game. Heroes rise when the world is watching. Follow your heroes on Peak Superstar. Today on Peak Superstar, we're shining the spotlight on a man who has gone on to be the player of the tournament at the World Cup. He has been quietly pulling strings for Spain at the World Cup, Rodri. His calmness on the ball, smart positioning, and accurate passing helped Spain control games from start to finish. Rodri was a player at the World Cup with more touches and more completed passes than any other player, showing just how important he was to Spain's style of play. Against Portugal, France, and Argentina, Rodri detected the pace of the game and made sure Spain stayed in control. In the 2-0 semi-final win over France, he completely dominated the midfield, winning more individual battles than the entire French midfield combined. Then in the World Cup final against Argentina, he once again controlled the middle of the pack and helped Spain dictate the game before Ferran Torres got the winner in extra time. His consistency, leadership, and ability to stay calm under pressure has earned him the player of the tournament at the World Cup. Sometimes football isn't always about scoring goals. It is about controlling the game, and nobody did that better than Rodri.
This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show.
Every pass, every goal, every unforgettable football moment starts with energy, and that's why Peak Milk is bringing the excitement closer to the fans. Welcome to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your destination for football conversations powered by the goodness and energy of Peak. From global football highlights to fan moments and match day vibes, Peak Milk is here to fuel the passion, celebrate the game, and keep you going through every football moment. Because champions don't just watch the game, they stay at their peak. Stay energized, stay football ready. Goals, records,
Miroslav Klose, goal number 16 in his World Cup career.
milestones.
It is now a record defeat for Brazil.
Feel the starts on Peak Numbers. You're still listening to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, proudly brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Here are some astounding statistics from the tournament here on Peak Numbers. Spain have won the FIFA World Cup for the second time after lifting the trophy in 2010. That means England are now the only World Cup winning nation with just one title. Spain also conceded only one goal in 8 matches, making it the best defensive record by any World Cup winning team. Argentina failed to register a shot during the first 90 minutes of the final. Their first attempt came from Lionel Messi in the 117th minute. Also, Argentina goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez made 11 saves in the final, the most ever by a goalkeeper in a World Cup final since records began in 1966. Kylian Mbappe finished the tournament with 10 goals. Interestingly, he scored in every stage of the competition except the semi-final. The 6-4 victory by England in the third place over France produced 10 goals, the highest total in a World Cup match since 1982, and a highest scoring third place playoff in World Cup history. Finally, Jude Bellingham finished with 7 goals, the most ever scored by an England player in a single World Cup, breaking Gary Lineker's previous record of 6. Every pass, every goal, every unforgettable football moment starts with energy, and that's why Peak Milk is bringing the excitement closer to the fans. Welcome to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your destination for football conversations powered by the goodness and energy of Peak. From global football highlights to fan moments and match day vibes, Peak Milk is here to fuel the passion, celebrate the game, and keep you going through every football moment. Because champions don't just watch the game, they stay at their peak. Stay energized, stay football ready.
Every champion has a journey. Every victory is another step.
It's Argentina 3, Croatia 0.
Catch the journey on Road to Glory.
Argentina, champions of the world!
Let's wrap up the show today with Road to Glory right here on Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Spain didn't win the World Cup by luck. They won it because they stuck to a clear game plan from start to finish. By the time Ferran Torres got the winner in extra time, Spain had been the better side for the most part of the match. So, let's take a look at 3 tactical decisions that helped Spain become the 2026 FIFA World Cup champions. Firstly, they kept Lionel Messi quiet. Spain crowded the middle of the pack and made it difficult for Messi to receive the ball in dangerous areas. Instead of allowing Argentina to attack through the center, they forced them to play sideways and backward. Messi finished the game with only 54 touches and couldn't influence the match the way he usually does. Something else they did well is that Spain made the right side of the pitch their biggest weapon. Right back Pedro Porro constantly joined Lamine Yamal in attack, creating 2 against 1 situations against Argentina's left side. That pressure kept on stretching Argentina's defense, and it eventually paid off. Porro's cross led to the winning goal scored by Ferran Torres in extra time. Also, what Spain did well was that they won the ball back quickly whenever they lost it. Instead of dropping deep, they pressed immediately, giving Argentina very little time to build attacks. That constant pressure wore Argentina down, stopped them from creating chances, and allowed Spain to stay in control for almost the entire game. In the end, it was a performance worthy of world champions. And that's the show for today. Thank you for joining us throughout this incredible journey at the World Cup. We hope you've enjoyed every conversation, every story, every statistics, and every unforgettable football moment we've shared with you. This has been Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff. Proudly brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. It is a milk that is fortified with 28 essential vitamins and minerals. It is not just a milk. Peak Milk is your official sponsor of your ambition. Follow Peak Milk on X, formerly called Twitter, at Peak Milk, and connect with Peak on all other social media platforms. Always remember to stay energized, stay football ready, and always reach for your peak with Peak Milk.
The final whistle blows, but the tournament rolls on. Join us again next time on Peak Global Football Breakfast Show.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, 21 minutes past 10 o'clock. This is what I like to call the home stretch, and we will be taking your calls and your text messages in a bit. In fact, 10:45. Yes, just set your watches. 10:45. Yes, I'll be opening the phone lines and you can be part of the conversation. All right, the final topic for discourse concerns the ADC. Now, the headline says, according to the Vanguard, of course, why ADC Supreme Court battle may weaken anti-APC coalition. And I read it out to you guys, so I don't want to read it again, but there's an excerpt that I want to focus on. So here's the excerpt from that article. As the opposition coalition fights over control of its structures, time is running out to convince Nigerians it is ready for the 2027 elections. By the time the Supreme Court finally settles the battle over the African Democratic Congress, ADC, the legal questions may have been answered. The political damage, however, may already have been done. That is the irony confronting Nigeria's most prominent opposition coalition. For months, the conversation around the ADC has revolved around court orders, rival factions, congresses, and constitutions, not policies, campaigns, or governance. Every judgment has produced another appeal. Every appeal has prolonged uncertainty, and in politics, uncertainty can be as damaging as defeat. It has become a test of whether an opposition coalition can remain electorally viable while fighting for control of itself. Now, here's where my head is at. Is the ADC still a formidable opposition party given these distractions? Well, what I would call distractions, and I use this very, very loosely, or maybe given these problems it is facing, can it still be argued that the ADC is still a formidable opposition party? And given all this, again, loosely worded distractions, do you think that they have the confidence of the electorate? All right, I'll start with Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo. What do you think, sir?
So, the point is that the dynamics of Nigeria election is not strictly party-based.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. The factors that determine Nigeria election are outside the realms of the party, but the parties benefit from it or suffer. Ethnicity. This man is our person.
All right.
They are not interested in who even hears of party manifesto. And that's why the parties don't bother.
Okay.
Tinubu is our son. Amechi is our brother. Atiku is our own. The people where the serious impacts are made in the mosque and in the churches and in the community organizations.
All right.
And then what the politicians now do, and the parties do, is to formalize these sentiments, cash on it, formalize it in the form of rigging of elections. So that is why you'll be surprised that a party may not be organized.
Okay.
And a party may win. A party may not be attractive to the elites who read and know what it's about, and he may win. And of course, they will say, all of us voted him. The majority chose him.
Okay.
It's not because that party has any... See, why PDP was ruling this country during their bit, it's not because anybody in Nigeria or from River State could read could know the ideology of PDP.
Okay.
That it suited the interests of River State. No. It was, for instance, look, the first time I know when Odili came into power. There are a lot of people who say, look, in River State, we can't allow an Olumba man to win us, to lead River State.
All right.
So, people who were not even interested in politics stuck at their neck and prayed and moved and made every move, and it's they lost the election. Are you following me?
Yeah.
Good. There are those who said, over our dead body. Why, for instance, was it I would say I would have lost it. Right. There are those who had this reign of the party, this structure, and said, over a dead body, I would say will not be a candidate.
Okay.
It's not because I would say was immensely popular. That's the way it goes all over the country. So, you'll be surprised now that ADC, I agree with you, ADC is, it's looking like a ragtag army. But you'll be surprised that, which seems to be the campaign of Atiku.
Okay.
North, all you hear is in Nigeria, North will not take it. North is suffering. Those who have even some don't even know whether all they want to hear is that they tell us where is the northern man.
All right.
So, and that's where, therefore, I'm not going to bother myself or hinge so much on the structural challenges of APC or the strength of PDP and all that, because no. That's not what governs Nigeria election.
All right.
Unless they don't have those who help them to rig. That's where the problem is. If they come to my so sorry to take a little time. Yeah. If they come to my polling unit and the ADC have nobody who help them to rig or to pay the bribe to INEC and police, that's where they lost it.
Okay. So, Mr. Frank, do you agree with what Dr. Chinwo is saying, or do you have your own thoughts? The internal legal battle, has it diminished the ADC's ability to function as a credible opposition, or it doesn't matter because they're going to rig, they're going to do the Nigerian things?
No, in a way, it is affecting ADC.
Okay.
No doubt. And that's the way they have chosen.
When you say they, who do you mean?
Not ADC.
Oh, I see.
Those in
the higher ups. All right.
Ordinarily, it is also a very shameful development in our political experiment or experience. Then any time we are in an electionary year or an election year, you see all these unnecessary litigations coming up. And the people, does it mean that they don't come together and say, look, let us protect our party.
Okay.
And allow our party to move on. But if we're discussing democracy, the beauty of every democracy is about the political participation, political parties' participation in the election. But when you try to destroy other parties not to be part of the election, of what importance is the election? But the beauty of election again is the people coming out to vote. Like in this country, I am aware that each time we want to do election, we close down everything. There is what we call restriction of movement.
Okay.
We don't travel, even if we want. We've not been able to do a lot of things that will make our election like celebration that we see in other part of the world.
Okay.
So this is a major factor that we need to eradicate. I use the word eradication in our political development. But the moment each time there's election, you perceive that will be a formidable opponent. You see how to scuttle, you see how to bring him down, not to even have that effrontery or that popularity. ADC for now, whether you like it or not, before it wasn't popular. But yes, ADC was not popular some years back. It was a political party, but it wasn't popular. They had even president candidate. And what is it? Kachuku.
Okay.
Yes, Dumebe Kachuku. Was it popular? It wasn't popular, but the moment those who left APC, who left PDP and others came together to say, look, we want to adopt ADC as a political party. And you also what happened, also what we call the acronym ADA. ADA, that wanted to be a political party. You saw also the kind of atmosphere that was so charged against that pronouncement that we want to use ADA. INEC was also used. So the issue is that our political system is not yet sound because of the way we are doing things. Like also, like Dr. Chua said, if you have a powerful man, that like in American election, I must say, they want to call battleground.
Okay.
But in this part of the world, the battleground is not about the electorate. It's about those who have the power to control the police, who are those who have power to control INEC, depending on their bags of money. So the money you can say, okay, like we have seen the amount of election. It's unfortunate that EFCC now has been drafted into election. Come on.
Okay.
Because of what they call vote buying. So what is happening is not healthy to our democracy, whereby from the beginning of the program of election timetable, parties keep going to court.
All right.
So it will undermine Any competition. I'm not saying like as it is today. If APC from now, we have about 5 months to the election.
Okay.
If APC today does, maybe by tomorrow we'll have crisis. They may lose the election. But ADC is a formidable opposition for now. It's not PDP.
Okay, let's get it.
So for me, I feel that this legal case going on in a way is trying to water down their strength.
Their formidability.
That's it.
All right. So Daniel Momo, I see you smiling.
When people who are not prepared run into, they keep saying that people are sabotaging their efforts. When you talked about this, you said about their court cases.
Yes.
Okay. I like to be very plain, very open. That's why I tell you I'm a member of, so that when I tell you my opinion, you can say, okay, you excuse him. Mr. Emma here is of the ADC. Kelly is ADC.
Emma is not politician.
No, that is your opinion. No,
Emma doesn't even vote.
No, that's not true.
I'm not happy with him that you joined.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. See, we had a conversation here, and when I made my opinion about the ADC, they were all
and that automatically makes
no. I saw your reactions. Now, my point is this.
Yes.
You see, when you see desperate people who never in life agree, but because of power, because they are hungry, they come to a conclusion to say they want to meet. And when you run into a house and you buy a political party from one man, this is the crisis that you have. It's as simple as that. ADC was bought from Raf Nwosu. How about the other state chairman? And then you dissolve those chairmen who were legally occupying that position, and then you appoint a caretaker to run the affairs where congresses will be held. And you say there is no crisis, there will not be crisis. And so those persons whose tenure has not expired, that the National Working Committee did not dissolve anybody, but you just bought a party from one man, then you think all is well. Like the president said, you want to privatize a political party bought from one man. Again, it will not work.
So you're saying that the ADC's issues are self-inflicted?
Absolutely. Who are those that went to court? The people who went to court are the state chairmen who went to court to say, no, we were sidelined in the affairs of the party. When the Congress was about to be conducted, the ADC leadership, led by David Mark, appointed caretaker committees to run each state. And you say that the legitimate chairman or the legitimate executive of that state would sit down, fold their hands, because you bought the party from one man. Okay. So these are the crises. Unfortunately, when people are not prepared for election, APC, what has APC done? In what way has APC? When Peter Obi saw the crisis, did he not vote away? Is he not in NDC? Was he not with them? When he was asked why he left, what did he say? So the idea is, you see, people who in the first place ideologically are not the same, they don't believe in anything. What is bringing them, whether it is His Excellency Rotimi Amici, Atiku Abubakar, Malami, El Rufai, all of them is hungry for power.
All right.
And unfortunately, this is the crisis they will have the 2027 elections.
All right. Mr. Emmanuel, so what do you have to say?
Emmanuel Lukwe does not belong to any political party.
ADC.
Of course, that's an established fact, because the issue is that from my upbringing, there is no way I can be a politician.
All right.
Now, what is happening in ADC? Let me also tell you, whatever anybody might be saying, that may be strictly the person's opinion.
Okay.
It could also be fueled by those on top already, who are established, who don't want them to come up and challenge them.
All right.
Anybody that is arguing that is just trying to play safe. You see as APC is, you see as PDP is and all that, especially the one that is on the leadership podium, the APC. They could fuel crisis in other political parties so that they won't come and then outpace them. That is the truth. Nigerian politics is very odious. There's no doubt about it. Now, what is said that the ADC was bought from one man, I might not have anything to say contrary to that.
Okay.
But political parties, for instance, you may see the people that are in ADC today. Tomorrow they may not be there, but ADC continues. It's just like APC now. That is why when people say that they are straight bedfellows that make up that political party, I ask them which one is not made up of straight bedfellows. Which
ADC,
political party?
APC.
You see, for me, I think what is happening, I had said it earlier on when ADC was formed, and the people of Nigeria were just saying as if ADC is from heaven.
Okay.
I told them that it might not work, because if we are following the trajectory of Nigerian politics, it's difficult to upstage APC. But I said there's a huge caveat, which is if, for instance, the war police, America, is in support of APC, by way of APC, kowtowing to all their decisions and instructions, they will spare them and they will come back in 2027. And there's nothing anybody can do. I said that an instance. If Obama, for instance, were in support of former President Jonathan, there's no way he would have been removed, whether Buhari or no Buhari. But it was against him for whatever reasons he had. Maybe because of their this and all that.
Okay.
But Don, I'm telling you, ADC may be reeling in these cases until 2027.
Okay.
And the spin doctors that have put it in place, that's exactly their target.
Okay.
But it may also surprise them. For instance, President Tinubu is our president now because INEC declared him.
Okay.
And we will accept him as the president of Nigeria. In other words, the law stands supreme, whether it's right or wrong, because it's not everything in the law that the conscience accepts. Human conscience may abhor something, but that's not what is in the law, and what is in the law is what will eventually triumph. Now, if, for instance, ADC pushes his case to Supreme Court, and Supreme Court said, leave ADC alone, let them continue and all that, and within the time frame allowed, they could still go into the ring, throw their hat into the ring, and then compete. But if time would have elapsed, what else? They will go back home because there's nothing they can do. And I am saying, if there are those behind their failure, that may be the reason they are doing all these things they are doing.
All right, so you do not agree with Daniel Momo that this is a self-inflicted injury?
How can I agree with Daniel Momo? No, I cannot.
No, you cannot.
I cannot because, see.
No.
See, but you've heard all I'm saying.
No.
It does not even support the ideology of ADC. The ADC people may come here and say, that Ndukwe man doesn't know what he's talking about. Yes, but Daniel Momo has made me their chairman.
No. No, when you say spin doctors, who appointed caretakers to run the state? Was he APC? Who appointed caretakers to run the state? Was he APC? And then when you say that Tinubu is the president because he was declared by INEC, Tinubu won the election.
No. Listen, Daniel.
No. When you go to that,
you
say,
hold on.
No. When you go to say,
INEC is how the statutory want to be.
Yes, because he won the elections. No. Because he won the elections.
No.
Because he won the elections.
Even if I have 5 points in university and they didn't give me a certificate, it's useless.
Simple.
CGPA. It is certificates that will come. So which have the statutory responsibility to give certificate, declare it. So
because he won the elections.
I don't know about that.
No. No, I know you were obedient at that time.
Yes. So that's also why we were obedient. We were obedient. We know what we think that we did. Okay. But since INEC didn't declare us, we went to
if they had declared Obi, they would have won. They can't declare because he didn't win.
No.
Leave that thing, Daniel. We are in this country.
Yes, we are in this country now.
Very soon he will be on our side.
No, I won't be there. No, I won't be there.
Maybe that I will not even on the same side with you.
All right. Before we open the phone lines, all right, Mr.
What
Frank.
we're trying to discuss now is about doing what will protect our democracy.
All right.
Because we have to ventilate. They know where we got it wrong and correct it. But the ordinary political development is a problem in this country. Even since 1922 till date, we have to be very careful. That's it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, here is where you come. The phone lines are already buzzing. All right, let me give out the numbers before I pick this call. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes, 0701-9339-962. 0701-9339-962. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? All right, looks like that call dropped. Do well to call back. All right, let's try again. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Don.
Good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Port Harcourt. Yeah, my name is Mr. Leto Misa.
All right.
Well, I want to ask your guest that spoke last one thing. If he said, so I want to ask him, who is the chairman of APC River State? Because I know that Emeka Beke Tenors was still running when they brought a caretaker chairman in APC in River State. So why are they not recognizing Emeka Beke as their chairman? The man that was talking about ADC, that they dissolved the board, that they bought party from one person.
All right.
All these things we are saying, time will tell anyway.
All right, thank you. Interesting perspective. I don't know, Daniel Momo, would you like to field that before we go back to the calls?
The crisis in River State was properly handled by the NWC, the National Working Committee, dissolved Emeka Beke and appointed. So that's a different thing from appointing a caretaker committee in the whole of the country to run a political party where the state executive has not been dissolved.
All right. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, my name is Lebu Pepsi.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, that AGC pattern, any problem is not from APC, not from PDP. It's from their party. It's not good now. If I'm a state chairman now, you just come to dissolve me without anything, without referring me, anything. It's not good. I will take it to the court now. It's not good. You guys say their party, but we'll see everything will see with them in River State and Nigeria. Thank you, madam.
All right, thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. I'm Gentle Baba.
All right, go ahead.
I was just trying to look for the leader I can compare with Tinubu instead of Nipanyu. And I couldn't see. You understand? So I don't know why Udodima will compare or liken Tinubu to Nipanyu. Even what do you call this man? India means Tinubu cannot get a man record. So I don't know where you get that is there. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Don.
Good morning.
I'm the guest in the studio.
Good morning.
This is Nelson from Igrita.
All right, go ahead.
I want to react to the governor of State statement concerning Tinubu. Very soon they will compare Tinubu with gods who have not performed anything. Somebody said that the man he compared himself with in his 3 years, whether the man was able to do anything. But in that 3 years, that man was able to lay the foundation of where he got to that 30 years. He was not busy buying aircraft, cars, buying properties. He was busy laying the foundation for that 3 years.
All right.
Tinubu have not even started laying the foundation. He's busy shipping Nigerian resources. That's him from the greater.
All right. Thank you for calling. 0810-9510-951. Welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Iran, the little counselor.
All right.
Yeah, my brother, yeah, let's go. Hey, Jana, my brother. I thank God, my brother speak like me. You see, the truth that when somebody compares to you and somebody else, it's so funny. You cannot with Jonathan. Jonathan goes to school, has certificate. He does not go to university that he didn't know. He has every record. Jonathan can go to America, can go to any country. So when you compare, it's just like somebody who he comes from a poor Gabaga and says, my father is a commissioner, he's a president. Where do you compare it? Now, APC, they cannot go because APC, they are afraid. Do clean election. People will fail 100 times. Even me, I will beat him because he has no record. Right. Look at the people that is in APC. The people who are so greedy, they will just say, look at our former governor here. He had never campaign for Tinubu any day in his life.
Okay.
But you know what happened? Because he want to say this, so he joined APC. So what are you telling me? APC is not a good party.
All right. Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Don.
Good morning.
Yeah, Frank from Ahoda West.
Go ahead.
I greet you in the studio. Let me look at the position of APC this morning.
Okay.
My sister, AGC, where they find themselves, I don't know where they can come out from it. They are the problem of themselves. And then when they go to court, instead of trying to call themselves together and have a meeting, they will say nothing will happen. This one you can go to here, nothing will happen. At the end of the day, something will happen. Now, at the end of the day, you see that they will accuse APC. They will accuse the people who is the one maximizing all those things. But it's their own problem that they cannot resolve. You see, Atiku now have withdrawn his case because he wants to be running mate. But it hadn't been that they didn't pick him. He would have remained in the court and fight to the end of the matter. Then at the end of the day, they will say APC is the problem. APC is not their problem. They are the problem of themselves. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you for calling. All right, I missed that one by a hair's breadth. Do well to call back. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, okay, from Otago.
All right.
My sister, how do you really compare to, I mean, this is the worst administration in the history of this country. Just within 3 years, this man has crippled the economy. I kept we are comparing with someone that has done well. This man is worse than Indian, and about better than him. Listen, Nigerians are not, they are joking. Time will come under this administration that people will carry their picking and give somebody to take care of this child for me. Because I can't feed him anything. That's what we are going to. Please, anybody that talks about this government, they are not doing a favor to Nigerians. They are other business. You know, the president of Nigeria, the president of politicians. All the politicians are doing very well.
All right.
But the other Nigerians are talking through here.
Okay.
Yeah, you very well.
All right. Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Don.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chiwo, good morning, sir.
Hello,
I greet you very much, sir. Even Kelly yesterday when he raised this topic of Uzodinma comparing President Tinubu to Lee Kuan Yew, he said he was even shocked at the statement. You know, so unfortunately, according to Dr. Chiwo, most of our politicians they are not well read, and so most of them don't read too. So it's unfortunate. Somebody like Hope Uzodinma, although I don't see him as a very serious person, irrespective of the fact that he's in government. They are not good. They don't inform the public very well. So it's very, very unfortunate. Yeah, and as for Mr. Danemomo, please, if the U.S. as a travel agent, if the U.S. country has denied your people or your clients visa to U.S. and you're pained about the U.S.,
because most of your analysis are very, very wrong about US.
All right.
Because I know they are very, very well informed.
Okay, thank you for calling.
On other things.
All right, thank you for calling. 95.1, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, thank you. My name is INJ. I'm calling from a African local government.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, this is the ADC issue. Do you know why it is happening like this? These two pair, that is this pair of president and the vice president, these are the same people that went and brought this man, Buhari, former president, to come and remove Goodluck Jonathan. If they had been with Goodluck Jonathan, something that they would have gotten freely, they just sold those opportunities to Buhari, their chances to Buhari. Then how would they get it? As long as they have missed their chances. They cannot, if they are 2019, Atiku would have been president. 2031, now we will be looking on Amechi. What made them selfishness, greed is what, and they will not be free from this until election will make that.
Okay. Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Don Williams, innocent calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead.
Don, one of the difficult things that the people supporting this administration to do is on how to defend them either on public media or print media. Person comparing Tinubu to Lekwayon, is it no hope of them? A sitting governor who want to contest for Senate. If you don't praise the president who will support you, how will you win the election? Let the ordinary Nigerians on the street praise the president. Do you understand me?
Mm-hmm.
Let us win, ordinary people. Let us go to market, buy things, and let us be the one president. Not those who are around the president of Nigeria. It's a shame.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning. This is Mr. Webb.
Good morning. Welcome to the show.
My worry is that each time any party becomes a bit popular, litigations will come in. Okay, look at the AGC, look at this other one of this Bayelsa former governor, Sirake Dixon. They have been in existence for some time, but because they have been reinforced by movements of people into the parties, suddenly you see issues of litigations left and right, and people will say, "Oh, it's an internal thing." It's puzzling. It's puzzling. It makes me quick. Why are politicians have politics like this?
All right.
Somebody said the other inside among your guests that the beauty of politics or democracy is about the people participation and participations of other parties in electioneering. But suddenly look at the way it is. I remember the former governor of Rivers State, this man in FCT now. We saw what happened there when he was governor. He refused to book other parties to campaign. And it went like that.
All right.
Just look at the way things are happening in Nigeria today.
Okay.
You cannot exonerate the ruling party, no matter anything.
All right.
I thank you for that. I thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello? All right, that one dropped. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Lady B, good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Douglas.
All right, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Great Dr. Chiwonja. Good morning, sir. Lady B, I would want to answer the very first caller. First of all, if I make my comment, that the APC situation in Rivers State is quite different from the APC situation. The situation with APC then was that members of the cabinet, the executive of APC Rivers State, complained to the national. They petitioned the Meka Beke, the vice chairman then and other ESCO members. And the national had to invite Emeka Beke according to Article 21 of APC Constitution. And APC was the executive in Rivers was subsequently penalized based on this petition. And John Ekota was subsequently appointed caretaker chairman. Even when the court then suspended that what do you call it? Congress that was scheduled.
All right.
The council, the NWC dissolved
Tony Kocha's executive once again and reappointed him. It is quite different from this one. Now, if I may go into this discussion, Lee Kuan Yew that is being compared with Tinubu is not wrong. I see it as an impressionistic reaction where people want to just talk because it is against their political interest. Let us go into the integrity of the comparison. What is Lee Kuan Yew? Some people who even organize Tinubu don't even know who Lee Kuan Yew is or his ideology. You see, Lee Kuan Yew was somebody who has this type of vision which Tinubu has. Not like those of our former leaders who embezzled money. I used to know in some of these governments that had passed where some people built houses from money that were given to them as tax. Some people bought cars from money that were given to them as tax. They didn't have work. That is why you see many of us Nigerians today are complaining. Many people who don't have work, they don't have hand work, they don't have jobs. They can't get those money they used to get those days when the likes of Jonathan was in government. Go to NDDC, somebody can give you 1 million. 3 million. It doesn't happen anymore. That's why some of the people are complaining. All those loopholes have been blocked by Tinubu. Now, if we want this country to develop, we should reason like President Tinubu. It is not the rocket science. We mustn't develop just in the moment.
All right, thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Ikulia Associates, and I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead.
I want to react to my governor who is comparing President Tinubu to former Singapore president. You see, I don't know. Sometimes when somebody makes a statement, the first thing we'll do is look at the man who is making this statement. Who is Hope Uzodinma and how did he get to power? And I bet you, if Hope Uzodinma, assuming he was an opposition party, he is a governor, the people have not expired, he is running for Senate, somebody would have gone to court. And the court will give a judgment that is not qualified to run while he's still there. You see, I mean, how can you compare Tinubu with such a man who had a clear vision to develop and make the country better? There is something my leader said. He said, when they asked him, how do we intend to fight corruption in Nigeria? And look at what he said. He said, if you are not stealing, your wife and children are not stealing, your family members are not stealing, your friends and associates are not stealing, say nobody go steal. Can you say that to the Tinubu? Look at the scandals here and there. You are just looting the country dry. You say you remove subsidy, and you are still borrowing heavily.
All right.
Oh my God. May God help this country and the psychopaths you have in government.
All right. Quick question though. Who's your leader?
My leader is Peter Obi, the only man that has the own what it takes to rescue this country.
All right. Thank you for calling. Why are you guys laughing? It's a legitimate answer.
No, but why did he hide the name in the first place?
No, maybe he didn't.
A man who was governor for 8 years and could not even conduct a local government elections. Okay. A man who took money from the state and hid in offshore accounts.
How do you know this?
Is there? You can go it's a public. It's a public thing there now. A man who took the state fund and put in a bank.
All right. Let's
in a bank where he has interest.
All right. Let's take your thoughts on social media and all of that, and see if we can't come back to some more phone calls. Let's start with text messages. Let's see. Good morning, able presenter Henry. Okay, no. This is a different text message dropped. Okay. Wow, this is long. The bar surprised at Governor Uzodinma's. All right. Nobody has a piece of meat in his or her mouth and speaks properly. Again, nobody cuts his or her nose to spite his or her face. Do not forget, under this phantom, I think you mean, democracy, he may soon be in the Senate, having participated and won his party's primary. A sitting governor, allegedly. Anyways, let the elections be free and fair and free, then Uzodinma's claim would be affirmed, or otherwise by the suffering masses. Perhaps he's pontificating on the obvious fact, allegedly, that our votes do not count vis-a-vis the recent elections. That's from Kanu. Kanu, I like your use of allegedly. Good morning on the. All right. Good morning on the.
You guys now. That's your language.
Is it our language?
No. Lawyers.
Oh, lawyers. All right.
It has come to the media. It has come to the media that if you don't.
Media has not taken it over.
Yes.
No, we have to. People are now afraid of
even when you want to
breaking laws.
when you want to correct it, they'll say no. Kelly will not allow us to say anything. Whether you like it, just still say
allegedly. All right, okay, let's get back into the text messages. Good morning. On the issue of insecurity in parts of Rivers State, except PHC, not except Rivers State is somewhat safe, so they didn't exempt Rivers State completely. So yeah, there's still some wahala in there. I tell you, Don, a sick man who regains his health and his child dies, they say has not gained his health indeed. I think that is the fact of this matter. If PHC is safe and its surroundings is in helter-skelter, I think it's Port Harcourt that bears consequence, because uneasy, they say, lies on the head that wears the crown. I'm trying to clean up what you said. Bright Oswago. All right, thank you for that, Bright. I don't see anything wrong with the American travel advisory on their citizens living in Nigeria. If our country has any advisory, they should also give theirs too, period. That's APED. You have an interesting name. APED Harry Esquire. All right, thank you for that. Good morning, Dawn, actually, not Faustina, but Dawn, and all our respective guests. The Ogun State PDP governorship candidate statement is very commendable. Full autonomy to the local government area is the way to go, just like what a chairman is doing. That's from God's Time from Port Harcourt. For those of you that don't understand that, we have posts running on Facebook, and God's Time is answering to that headline. Good morning, Don and Ogaima and all the guests. Experts from Eberi, Omuma, US, Omuma, and River State is safe. All right. Interesting. I like that. But is the way he wrote it. US Omuma, U.S. Omuma. Next time, write it out completely, because, as a lawyer, what I see is what I'll say. All right. The moderator, FM 95.1, the president, ministers, and all APC governors lack ideas of what to do in Nigeria. They should resign. How long did it take Alex Oti to reform Abia State? That's from J.E. Ibojono. All right, thank you for that one. Let's see. Good AM all. We should leave personal. Okay, we should leave. I have to pronounce what I see. We should leave personal interest and sentiment of my party and judge your consents. Children are listening. Leg Jack, I really do not understand. Children are listening. All right. Did we use any vulgar language? Because I don't understand. But anyway, okay. Thank you for that. Good morning, Miss Wilson, not Mrs. The truth of the matter is this. Lee Kuan Yew built a strong institution that outlived him in order to develop Singapore. All right. But here in Nigeria, our leaders build weak institutions whereby they will pocket the legislators, the judiciary, the military, and the masses impoverished, so that nobody will question them at their failures. What proper blueprint in respect to our institutions has Bola Tinubu put in place that will outlive his administration and that will make other governments that will come after him follow without abolition? Our leaders should stop their selfish interests and start looking for the interest of the future of our dear nation, Nigeria. My name is Teke Jack from Port Harcourt. All right, thank you for that. A lot of text messages. Good morning, Wilson. Why on earth will Governor Hope Uzodinma compare the former Singaporean leader with President Tinubu, a president that cannot revamp any of our refineries? Too bad. And that's from Rashid Lawal, NTA Road, Moba. All right, thank you for that, Rashid. Let's go. Mr. Tinubu is Likwa. Mr. Tinubu is Likwa W of Nigeria. Oh God, Nigerians. Likwa W of Nigeria, not Likwa U of Great Singapore. Max from Choba, that was hilarious. All right, thank you for that. Oh my God. America frequently issues travel advisories against Israel. Daniel, okay. Well, yeah, Chooks, thank you for that. Your last line, I can't take it, but thank you for that. Okay. Dawn, on ADC Wahala, I strongly suspect that the FCT minister might be behind the ugly game to destroy ADC further to create. You guys should stop laughing now. I'm trying to be serious. Further to create clearer room for his APC from Ima Anayo. Ima, thank you for that. On the comparison of Usodima of the former Singapore president with Tinubu, I want to ask, what was that country's debt profile compared to Nigeria's own today under President Tinubu? That's from Gospel Rumodara. All right. Thank you for that interesting take. The man they are comparing Tinubu with does not rig election in his own country. Until the person we vote in Nigeria is allowed to rule, we can't compare those who rig elections to other leaders in the world. Big King from Port Harcourt. All right. I think that's all for text messages. All right. Well, this last one just came in so I can get to WhatsApp. Hi, Don. I'm happy you're on this show today. It's a good respite from the... What? Okay, Mr. Lucky, can't take that. Can't take that. Can't take... You want to put me inside problem. It's sickening listening to... all right. Let's move to WhatsApp, because you guys have started going. You're making it personal now, so I can't take those messages. All right, let's see. Where did this start from? Let's see. Trying to find. Okay, let's start with this. We have a voice note here. Let's take that because things are scattered. So let's take this. What's happening now?
Good morning, Don.
Okay.
And the guests in the studio. I want to speak on that Bola statement concerning linking it to its continuation to international support or something like that. But the truth is that Daniel Bola is someone I can never take serious. And I doubt if Nigerians take him serious. Because it's one man that speaks from both sides of his mouth. Today he's saying this, tomorrow he's saying another thing. They know all these things, yet they kept our border so porous. They know all those things that our foreigners are coming to destroy Nigerian security, yet they kept it. They are just deceiving themselves. They know the origin of the terrorism, they know why it has persisted, and they know what to do to stop it. They only playing politics the life of the citizens. I don't blame them. I blame my if I use on account and all this nonsense won't be happening.
All right, thank you, Frank, for sending in that message. You are reacting to something we took under the headlines. Let's take this message here. Good morning. From your news this morning, Bola was telling Nigerians that foreigners have been part of the arrested members of the terrorist gang. But for security reasons, their names are not mentioned. The question to Bola is, what are the security reasons? Bola telling Nigerians, is it that Nigerians should do what? Is Nigerians that should complain to government, not the other way around? The problem with this government is instead of doing what is expected of a government, it takes delight in always looking for who to blame. That's from Fine John. All right, we have another voice note. Let's take that.
Good morning, Rivers people. Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning to the panel. This is Hector talking about security in Rivers State. I think no part of the world is 100% secure, even in the most advanced nations like US. That is why from time to time we hear pockets of killings and shooting in even the most advanced nations in the world. Rivers State, it depends on where you live. For one to say Rivers State is not safe, it means that Nigeria is not also safe, because Rivers State is a branch of Nigeria. So if Rivers State is not safe, it means that to an extent Nigeria is not safe. So it depends on where you live. I think the only safe place is heaven, because heaven is the only place that you will never hear of shooting, you will never hear of killing. Heaven is the only 100% secure place. So River State is safe, Nigeria is safe. It all depends on where you live. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that one. River State is safe, Nigeria is safe. Hi, Lady Dawn and guests. American projection on insecurity in Nigeria are on point because we Nigerians refuse to tell ourselves the truth. We're busy playing politics with everything, even inside even inside your studio, instead of speaking the truth. But my happiness is everybody is facing the hit, no matter the party you belong to. That's from Eric. All right, Eric, thank you. And let's take this voice note. I think we have two. All right.
Good morning to you, Kelly, and all the guests in the studio. Please, without due hospitality.
All right. Everyone.
Dawn, good morning. This is Darlington calling from a great early. Good morning to all your wonderful guests in the studio. Opus Odima comparing Tinubu to Lee Kuan Yew. Hey, malaria and typhoid. Hey, every malaria and typhoid is at work. Oh, Jesus. Because of favor you want to get from somebody, you downgrade yourself to this point as a politician. That's nonsense. On the case of always ourselves seeing Nigeria in the American light, I think I understand what one of your guests in the studio is trying to figure out for us.
Okay, a text message just...
In as much as America, they've gone far, they've done well for themselves as a nation, but there are some things we need to also sell our story by ourselves, not allowing them sell our story for us. Thank you.
All right. Somebody seems to be calling the text messaging line. Please, you're now holding up the line. So once we're done with WhatsApp and Facebook, we'll come back to the phone lines. Don't worry. Hope Uzodimma is a man of anywhere belle face na front. God. Yeah, Uzodimma singing praises to Tinubu will not guarantee him second term come 2026 election. And that's from engineer Amadi Soki from Rumuaparale community. All right, thank you. All right, let's go back to America. All right, you sent a picture. America frequently issues travel advisories against Israel. Okay, Chooks, you sent us a picture. Let's see. All right, the picture says, yes, the United States frequently issues travel advisories and security alerts for Israel. The U.S. State Department currently maintains a level 3 reconsider travel advisory for the country and actively warns against travel to specific high-risk areas like the West Bank and the borders with Gaza and Lebanon due to terrorism and armed conflict. All right, thank you, Chooks, for that one. Let's get back to the... Dear Miss Dawn and crew, on the advisory before now, the OSPAC commander was kidnapped and remains lost till date. Why won't any wise man take the advisory serious? That our secret service doesn't work should not mean we should ignore wisdom when we see one. It is sad we have selfish, myopic, sadistic, and even banal and pedestrian leaders. Okay, I won't call that name, under whom Nigeria will never grow. That's from Dr. Dennis Onyagwara. On comparison of Tinubu to Lee Kuan Yew, he thinks, please stop calling this line. He thinks Nigerians are daft and illiterate like some of them. Somehow he stumbled upon Lee's story and understood it in his own perspective. That's, again, Dr. Dennis Onyagwara. Now, I must say that the thoughts, perspectives, feelings, wordings of our callers and those texting in remain the thoughts, perspective, feelings, and, wordings of said callers and people writing in. In no way, shape, form, means, or manner does it reflect the thoughts, feelings, and perspectives of Today 95.1 FM. All right, you forwarded stuff about Lee Kuan Yew, but I can't read all those things, they're too long. You also say, good morning, presenter. These are specific achievements of Lee Kuan Yew for his first 6 months. Oh, okay. No basis for comparison, please. And that's from Dr. Oparaka Emuga George from Abua. Apologies, I'm sure I killed your name. Apologies. But yes, he listed... Okay, you know him, but you listed a lot of things he did, specific achievements in 6 months. Okay, thank you for that. Dawn and panelists, comparing President Tinubu with Lee Kuan Yew is a mismatch. To the best of my knowledge, Lee Kuan Yew did not subject Singapore. Stop calling this line. Lee Kuan Yew did not subject Singapore to multiple borrowings. He did not make London Clinic, French hospitals, etc. his medical well-being. That's from John O. Wangogo. All right, let's take this voice. I might have to cut down on the voice notes and on the messages and take calls. It's so much.
Good morning, my sister in the studio. My name is Ateke. I'm calling from UP Southfield, Burukiri. My sister, the thing is truth. Nigeria is not safe. Nigeria is not safe for anyone to come in. Because even as a parent, you cannot allow your son or your daughter to go and serve NYC in any of these states in Nigeria. Because the place is not secured. Look at the way bandits is carrying our children every day. The thing has become project now in Nigeria, contract. Our leaders, this is the contract. The fans doing well to carry the children to make money. Please, Nigeria is not safe. Nobody should come in. Let our leaders sit up.
All right. Who? Him? No, Sandfield. He was calling from Sandfield. Yeah, in Borokiri, yes. In Port Harcourt. In River State.
In Nigeria. I thought he has left.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Amy Fear Hag. Wow. This is an epistle. Oh my Lord. All right, let me try my best. Greetings to everyone. Standing with the points of Daniel Momo on United States Security Advisor. Oh, it looks like you're well known here. All right. A man from a certain community was always bad-mouthing his family that his people are illiterate and evil at any given opportunity in community meetings. So at a point, some opportunities for employment came to the community. The community leaders then excluded the man's family from the list of people who were selected for engagement. The man got angry that his family was cheated and said that his family have 3 graduates. The man labeled the situation as injustice to his family. The leaders then simply responded to the man that he has always mentioned in community meetings that his family are illiterate and evil. So they said the community didn't bother to look at the man's family since the opportunity were for educated and good people. This is somewhat the situation in Nigeria. Some people are happy and quick to demarket the country at every little opportunity, thinking they're making government alone look bad or playing politics. Unfortunately, they're unconscious of the picture they're making of themselves before other nations. Hence, we are treated according to the names we have made of ourselves. On Lee Kuan Yew's reference by Governor Hope Uzodinma, adding to the things Daniel Momo mentioned earlier, the President Tinubu's administration aims to grow Nigeria's economy to $1 trillion economy by 2030. To achieve this vision, the Tinubu's administration is massively building infrastructures across the country. We can equally see the revolutionary reforms around mining of lithium aimed at promoting production and industrialization in Nigeria. Yes, the government needs to do more. However, I think Governor Hope Uzodinma is very correct. All right, thank you. Good on you for that one. All right, let's take those voice notes. I think the others are messages.
Good morning, Dido. Good morning, WFM. Opposite of the man comparing Tinubu to the Kwayon of Singapore. I laughed in another language. In what reason, what way? Do you know that in Nigeria today you are building road? The next month the road is still applicable already. Can you try it in Singapore? The long-term legacy projects they are doing there. River State, Nigeria is carrying 2 years project, 3 years project, while they are doing 30 years project. And somebody is making reference of this they are building. Tinubu is building airport that will connect the whole Nigeria. Is building a seaport. Seaport that other seaports in Nigeria is lying fallow. Other ones are not functioning. Cargo airport that Alex Uti have been funding for how many years now? It has not been approved. And somebody is making reference of it. You're joking.
All right. I'm looking at the time. Let me take messages from Facebook, then go back to the phone lines and see if we can't go back to WhatsApp. Your messages are a lot. I'm doing my best. Mma Olebra from Facebook says, Dr. Mrs. Mma Olebra from Owerri. There is no way we can have one-party system in this country, because if we do, nobody will question the government of the day and hold it accountable. Who then will speak on behalf of the masses? Without opposition, democracy is meaningless. We are in a serious trouble in this country, a situation where a ruling party tries to silence and destroy opposition, pushing the nation to a one-party state. It becomes dictatorship and no longer democracy. Shall we just be watching these people destroy our hard-earned democracy? Skillful Pero says, foreign interests fueling insecurity in Nigeria, not far from the truth, but some of our politicians are involved in it. If not, they know what to do to stop it. Okay. Amity Prince, Uzodima likes Tinubu to, likens, you mean, Tinubu to Lee Kuan Yew. What a is this microscopic? I think you mean microscopic view and exhibition of ignorance by Uzodima. I doubt if Uzodima knows who Lee Kuan Yew was. All right, Ejiofor Onyishi, Governor Hope Uzodima is just playing sycophancy by trying to compare President Tinubu with Lee Kuan Yew when Nigeria president is pushing more in poverty lane with his failed economy. The percentage of Nigerians into poverty is high now than what Tinubu met with all his borrowing. All right, Super Ted McDonald Osler. Foreign interests fueling insecurity in Nigeria. Good morning. Why will the foreigners have interest in insecurity where they have their businesses? It's like saying a foreign oil or mining company is fueling insecurity to gain more oil or mine. All right. Let's check these messages and see what's what here. Okay, this is Honorable. Let's see. Honorable Joseph Patrick. Governor Hope Uzodima's comparison of President Tinubu to Lee Kuan Yew is a statement of hopelessness and an indication of a lack of knowledge. On what grounds can he make such a comparison? Based on my personal experience of the current economic situation, do you agree that Nigeria is on the path to significant transformation? I disagree. The economic policies implemented by President Tinubu are not progressive, unlike those of Lee Kuan Yew. He removed subsidies with the promise of fixing refineries for local production, but none of the refineries are functioning. The power sector is another critical area of concern. Since President Tinubu took office, there have been incessant grid collapses, inconsistent power supply, and increased electricity bills. Furthermore, education fees have increased, making it difficult for parents to afford schooling for their children. Some parents have been severely impacted by the high cost of living and unbearable bills. Olowu John says, good morning, Kelly and the panelists. Governor Hope Uzodima's statement does not represent the healthy realities of the state of the country's economy, but one born of a well-calculated plot to rig the 2027 elections and foist President Tinubu on Nigerians once again through their machineries. Nigerians will be in for it if it happens, because the government has not shown positive hopes and may be worse after 2027. Skillful Peru, if everything go normal in 2027 election, Nigeria will not re-elect him based on what we are passing through. Oh my God, there's so much. You know what, let's go back to, apologies, ladies and gentlemen, I have to go back to the phone lines. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name, where are you calling from?
My queen, good afternoon.
Good morning. What's your name, where are you calling from?
My name is Ranch. I just come back again. Sorry.
Sorry, we can't take your calls because you have said something before. Sorry, apologies. 0810-9510-951. That's 0810-9510-951. Welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, this is Tony also.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. The security advisory that was issued, if anyone ignores that advisory is doing it at its own peril. Honestly, there's no basis for comparing the United States with Nigeria. Yeah, we know that violence happens, but they have a way of, getting those people to book. You don't expect if 80% of the crimes committed will definitely be brought to book. But here, the reverse is the case. So there's no basis of comparison. I mean, was it not Tutorial coach that was saying that university was, a hell that was there was everywhere, shooting everywhere. So it is our leaders that are demarcating the state, not even we.
Okay,
So let me just stop here.
thank you for calling.
Okay.
All right, this will be our final call. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello? All right, looks like we lost that one. I guess the gods have spoken then. This is where we'll bring the show to a close. We have been talking with Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner, author, law teacher, public affairs analyst living in Nigeria.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you so much for
being here today.
Yes, I
had a good time. I was starstruck.
I had a really good time. All right. We also have Daniel Momo, public affairs analyst, a strategic planner, travel consultant, and member of the APC.
Thank you for having me.
I had a wonderful time. All right. Also, we have, okay, let me ready myself. Frank Enewaji, right? Ogonunu. Public affairs analyst, author, and columnist. Thank you for coming on the show, sir.
You are like an American. At the far distance, you are an American.
Thank you very much. All right. And of course, our in-house analyst, Emmanuel Ndukwe. It was wonderful having this conversation with you as well.
Thank you very much, Don. Thank you, Nigerians.
All right. Up next is the Entertainment Today show, and she is here with bells on to tell you what's what in the world of entertainment. Have fun, everybody. Enjoy what's coming up next.
Talk radio
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Today, 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tune in to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Voice of the People. Monday, 20th July 2026, 11:34. My name is Queen Chima. All right, I know that we're recovering from that wild Spain versus Argentina final over the weekend, absolutely yesterday. But can we take a moment to talk about what happened at the halftime? FIFA literally looked at the American Super Bowl and said, hold on, we got an 11-minute caffeine rush featuring Madonna arriving on a dune buggy, BTS making history, Justin Bieber and Nigeria's own Burner Boy spinning Shakira around backstage. Well, it was watching a football match or like the Grammys. Well, purists are crying tears into their jerseys while music fans are living their best lives about the lines that were open. It was quite a musical football entertaining spectacle, and it's the interesting part of it is the music. Now, this is the first in history where the 2026 World Cup is officially the first in history to feature a dedicated Super Bowl style halftime show. Now, while past World Cups have always had great musical performances during their opening and closing ceremonies, this year's tournament completely broke tradition by turning the 15-minute match interval into a massive multi-artist entertainment production. Now, FIFA has never allowed a full concert production to take place during the game's halftime break, curated by Coldplay Chris Martin. It packed performances such as from Madonna, BTS, Justin Bieber, Shakira, and Burna Boy into a historic 11-minute window. Now, the 2026 official anthem "Die Die" by Shakira and Burna Boy became the first ever World Cup song to spend consecutive weeks at #1 on both the Billboard Global 200 and Billboard Global exclusive US chart. It also shattered streaming records with over 800 million combined streams. Now, instead of featuring just one or two main anthem singers like previous years, example Shakira in 2010 or Ricky Martin in 1998, FIFA Sound launched a massive multi-genre collaborative project featuring global heavyweights like Lisa, Anita, Rema, Future, and Tyler. Now, remember when Whitney Houston famously performed the legendary 25-minute headline set at the 1994 World Cup and Shakira dominated 2010 with Waka Waka? Those were strictly part of pre-match or post-match ceremonies. But this year, 2026 North American tournament is the first time music completely paused the actual tournament flow of a World Cup. And now that brings us to this question, and I'm just throwing back to yesterday and everything musical that happened yesterday, the entertainment, the football, the flow, the everything, the colors and the environment of the music, especially, I mean, the spicing up of the Uganda Ghetto Kids performing with Shakira and Burna Boy right there at the finale. Now, for the first time ever, FIFA gave us a massive Super Bowl style halftime show at MetLife Stadium. We saw Shakira, Burna Boy, BTS, and Madonna completely take off the pitch. Music lovers are calling it the greatest sporting entertainment spectacle in history. I want to know if where you stand about the whole fusion and the 2026 style of the music for the tournament, and which global artists, now this part, which global artists would you want to see headline the next major tournament entertainment lineup? I'd like to get your thoughts. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962 or drop a comment on Facebook. Today 95.1 FM. Now, on the news on the foreign scene, where Bruno Mars appeared determined to lift the nation's mood during the first of his 6 nights at Wembley Stadium. His last UK performance came in July 2018, shortly after England had been knocked out of the Men's World Cup semi-finals. 8 years later, history had repeated itself. But wearing an England football scarf, Union Jack, bucket hat, and clutching a Panderton bear, the showman energized the 75,000-strong multi-generational crowd. Now, after nearly a decade away from UK audiences, Mars proved why fans had snapped up tickets in record numbers. The show began with pre-recorded video of Mars praying in a church for a good performance before he emerged beneath visuals of a stained glass window in a red suit bejeweled with roses. It was a suitably theatrical opening to a 2-hour, 15-minute set. But for those who had avoided spoilers, Risk It or a slow R&B ballad from Mars' latest album, The Romantic, was perhaps an unexpected opener. Any surprise was short-lived. Within minutes, Mars sat behind a pair of bright red congas for cha-cha, signaling the start of a set that moved between R&B, funk, Latin influences, and pop. It was an early glimpse of what was to come as they declared London its time to party. The crowd quickly accepted the invitation. From then on, neither Mars nor his fans stood still. The opening run of songs showed why Mars has remained one of pop's most reliable live performers. Rather than relying on one sound, he moved between genres, without ever losing the crowd. Romance has always been at the heart of the singer's music, and it soon became the focus of the show. Later, he even emerged wearing a cape emblazoned with the words "The Romantic," which appeared to nod to soul legend James Brown. Well, in Nigeria, where music executive and public relations expert Dami Adenuga has attributed the frequent breakdown of relationships between artists and their managers in Nigeria's entertainment industry to the absence of proper structure. While speaking during an interactive session on TVC's Wake Up Nigeria program, Adenuga, founder of Door Empire, a music public relations and artist management company, said talent alone is not enough to sustain a successful career, stressing that structure, professionalism, and continuous value creation are essential for long-term success. According to him, many artists and managers focus prematurely on money, percentages, and commercial value. On commercial value without first establishing a clear framework that defines roles, expectations, and long-term goals. The first thing is to identify the structure that works for both the artist and the management. Before you start talking about value, there has to be a structure. If there is no structure, there will always be problems, he said. Adenuga noted that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to artist management, explaining that every artist requires a structure tailored to their vision, personality, and career objectives. He emphasized that consistency, discipline, and business growth can only thrive on a solid operational foundation, adding that successful entertainment brands are built on systems rather than emotions. The music executive also advised artists to distinguish between legally binding agreements and personal expectations, warning that confusion between the two often leads to conflict. There is the contract on paper and there is the contract in the mind. Don't mix both together because that's where a lot of misunderstandings begin, he said. He explained that while written contracts clearly define obligations and entitlements, many disputes arise from verbal promises and assumptions that were never formally documented. On career development, Adenuga said both artists and their managers must evolve together, stressing that management teams should continuously improve their knowledge, expand their networks, and strengthen their capacity as an artist's career progresses. Well, Burna Boy has made history again as he performed at the first ever FIFA World Cup final halftime show which took place at the New Jersey Stadium before the second half of the 2026 World Cup final. The African giant shared the stage with global stars including Madonna, Shakira, BTS, Justin Bieber, renowned Venezuelan conductor Gustavo Dudamel, and the celebrated PS22 chorus in the performance expected to be watched by billions of viewers across the world. Now, the Grammy Award-winning Nigerian music superstar Burna Boy described the inclusion in the historic FIFA World Cup 26 final halftime show as a proud moment not only for himself but for Africa and the global Afrobeat movement. For the last hitmaker, the opportunity represents another milestone in his career that has consistently broken barriers for African music on the global stage. It's an honor to represent Nigeria and the entire African continent at an event of that magnitude. Football and music have the power to unite people regardless of language, race, or nationality. And I'm proud that Afrobeats will be part of the historic celebration, Burna Boy said. The halftime spectacle marks the first time FIFA introduced a Super Bowl-style musical performance during a World Cup final, produced in partnership with Global Citizen and curated by Coldplay frontman Chris Martin. The show was a blend of music, culture, and philanthropy while supporting the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund, which aims to expand access to quality education and football opportunities for children around the world. Now, Burna Boy's inclusion underscores the growing global influence of Afrobeats, a genre that has evolved into one of the world's fastest growing musical movements. Over the past years, the Nigerian star has headlined sold-out stadium concerts across Europe, North America, and Africa, earned a Grammy Award, and collaborated with some of the biggest names in the international music. His performance at the World Cup final adds another prestigious global event to his resume, following appearances at the major international festivals and sporting ceremonies that have showcased African music to worldwide audiences. Now, the 2026 FIFA World Cup final halftime show was one of the most watched musical performances in history, with billions of football fans tuning in from every continent. For Burna Boy, the moment was about more than entertainment. In his words, it's another opportunity to show the world the richness of African music and culture. Every time we step onto a global stage, we open more doors for the next generation of African artists. This is a win for all of us, he said. Well, Nigerian singer Niniola Apata has opened up about the pain of losing her husband. Businessman and music executive Marco Ndika saying nothing prepared her for the reality of becoming a young widow. The Afro House star shared the emotional message in a post on her Instagram page on Sunday to mark 2 months since Ndika's sudden death. Reflecting on her grief, Niniola said she initially wanted to record a video but found herself unable to do so because of the emotions. Today makes it 2 months since my husband, business manager and best friend Michael was very suddenly and unexpectedly taken from me and truly from us, she wrote. The singer said that although she lost her father at a young age, the experience did not prepare her for the pain of losing her husband. I lost my dad at quite an early age. Nothing ever prepared me for the reality of becoming a young widow. It has been hard. It has been exceedingly difficult, she added. She described the grieving process as unpredictable, saying some days had been manageable while others were painfully indescribable. Some days are good, some days are just painfully indescribable. What do I do with myself? Where do I start from? So many things left undone and unsaid. So many emotions I am unable to put into words, she noted. Despite her pain, Niniola said her faith has sustained her through the difficult period, even during moments when she questioned God. She also expressed gratitude to family, friends, fans, media organizations, and well-wishers for their prayers, messages, and support since her husband's death. Ninyola's latest post comes after she sparked concern among fans following her first public appearance since announcing her husband's death. In video shared online earlier this month, many fans commented on her noticeable weight loss, saying it reflected the emotional toll of her bereavement. In May, the singer announced Ndika's death through a series of emotional posts on her Instagram story, writing, "God took him," and later added, "My husband died." Ndika was the chief executive officer of Niger Review, a multimedia platform focused on Afro House and contemporary African music. The circumstances surrounding his death were not disclosed. Well, lastly on the news, where MultiChoice Nigeria has announced that the 11th season of Big Brother Naija will premiere on Sunday, July 26, 2026, with Executive Head of Content and West Africa Channels, Atinuke Ngozi Babatunde, promising a bigger and more exciting edition of Africa's biggest reality television show. The announcement comes 9 months after Imisi Ayenwanle emerged winner of BB Naija Season 10, as organizers unveiled plans for another edition expected to raise the bar in entertainment, competition, and audience engagement. Speaking on the forthcoming season, Babatunde said BB Niger has continued to redefine entertainment on the continent and that the new edition would build on the show's rich legacy. Big Brother Niger has consistently redefined entertainment in Africa by bringing together authentic storytelling, compelling personalities, and moments that resonate with millions of viewers. Season 11 builds on that legacy with even bigger stakes, fresh twists, an exciting mix of housemates that will keep audiences engaged from premiere night through the finale, she said. According to the MultiChoice, the new season is designed to reconnect audiences with the raw energy that defined the show's early years while introducing fresh personalities, unexpected twists, and compelling storylines. Since its return in 2017, BB Niger has grown into one of Africa's most influential entertainment franchises, producing several household names and providing a launchpad for careers in television, film, music, influencing, and entrepreneurship. Alumni including Ebuka Obi Uchendu, Bisola Ayola, Toby Bakare, Lekon Neo Akpofore, Mike Edwards, and Tacha have gone on to achieve remarkable success after appearing on the show. The reality show has also remained one of Nigeria's biggest cultural exports, consistently dominating conversations across the continent with memorable rivalries, friendships, and dramatic moments that attract millions of viewers every season. The upcoming edition also introduces a new lineup of corporate partners. Sport betting brands joins the franchises as headline sponsors, while and other sponsors. Commenting on the partnership, head of local marketing and CSR said the company was excited to be associated with one of Africa's biggest entertainment platforms. Well, you're listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, quite a number of videos I will just listen to and react to them. And also, I'd like to get your thoughts. I did ask you earlier what you thought about the halftime performance, 11-minute musical performance, which is the first of its kind for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. That happened yesterday, and we saw a lineup of artists performing. And I also asked you, which of your favorites would you like to see, considering the success of Afrobeats, not just for the FIFA World Cup, having Burna Boy and Shakira do the theme song, yes, the anthem, right, for 2026 FIFA World Cup. What artists would you like to see next? What artists? I'd like to hear that from you. Tell me, send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Text or WhatsApp message will do through that number, and then you can drop a comment on Facebook Today 95.1 FM. That is Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with me. Thank you.
Last, now everybody go to breakfast.
Entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, to that question on Facebook, which global artist would you want to see headline the next major tournament entertainment lineup? And I want to know what you think about the greatest sporting entertainment spectacle in history, where we saw Shakira, Burna Boy, BTS, Madonna completely take over the pitch. And for the first time ever, FIFA gave us a massive Super Bowl style halftime show at the MetLife Stadium. A comment here says, let me see. Good day, my name is Thank God. I would want to see Big Wiz next. I'm suspecting you mean Whiskey. All right, honestly, FIFA went out of the way to bring one on full entertainment, no boring. Kudos, Ultimate Positive. It was not boring, okay? Ultimate Positive Music Man, Oga Get Oga Master One of Africa. All right, thank you so much for sending that text message. All right, keep the messages coming. 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. This is video I saw. Well, let me just play it for you first. Let's begin with this other one, and we'll get to that other one. Well, that's an audio from the Uganda Ghetto Kids saying they were so excited to perform with Shakira on stage.
She's kind. We are so super excited. 5, 6, 7, 10.
All right, someone next calls out Burna Boy over his choice of outfit for the World Cup performance. Said Burna couldn't even use the opportunity to showcase his Nigerian African heritage by styling in a proper fabric-inspired outfit Fela would have represented. Burna Boy had earlier talked about how this is a win for Africa, for Nigeria, and of course for African music. And then a lot of people are quite calling this necessary or even an unnecessary comment, saying that you don't always have to wear an African fit to show that you're African. The language, the color, the performance, or just the name just shows it forth. And that conversation is just, that thought is garnering a number of conversations on X. There seem to be rumors that all right, dating rumors, I mean, between rapper Cardi B and Maduka Okoye. Now, they were seen, they've been spotted severally at different spaces, now fueling fresh dating speculation after the pair were spotted enjoying another outing together, this time at the upscale restaurant overlooking at Venice in Italy. Now, according to TMZ, the rapper and the Super Eagles goalkeeper dined with a group of friends at a restaurant inside the St. Regis Hotel. Now, Cardi B turned heads in a plunging turquoise dress while Okoye sat beside her throughout the meal, smiling as she chatted with others at the table and showed off her signature long nails. Although there was no public display of affection, eyewitnesses said the two appeared relaxed and comfortable in each other's company as they shared another evening out. This is like the second or third time that they are seen together. I mean, why Portable says if any Nigerian will win the Grammy again, they have to feature him. He said, I am dynamic. I am that person that you need to feature. And if you did that, you definitely will win. Yesterday was Kate Henshaw's birthday, and the internet is agog with how young she looks, right? Turning 55, yes, 55th birthday. Now, she did this dance music video where she was excited, of course, turning a new age. Well, belated happy birthday to her. It's how young she looks at 55, and the gym enthusiast, the exercise enthusiast, actor, and great talent from this industry poured a lot of celebrations. People have been saying happy birthday to her. Now, thank you so much for your messages and your thoughts on entertainment today. This morning, we'll continue tomorrow till Friday, giving you all the gist and news in the world of entertainment. My name is Queen Chima. The world news coming up next. Good afternoon.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Queen Chima. The headlines. ADC presidential candidate Atiku accuses federal government of concealing 12.8 trillion in 2026 budget. 30 fear dead after canoe capsizes in Jigawa State. On the foreign scene, Hamas condemns killing of 2 Palestinians by Israeli settlers in Deir Jarir. Now the detail. African Democratic Congress ADC presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has accused the federal government of hiding 12.8 trillion naira under the service-wide vote in the 2026 budget. In a statement released by his senior special assistant on public communication, Frank Shaibu, Atiku noted that the allocation has inexplicably jumped by over 1,900% from 638 billion naira in 2025, describing it as the most brazen assault on fiscal transparency in Nigeria's history. Atiku raised concerns over budgetary discrepancies, noting that 84% of the 2026 budget is concentrated within just 10 ministries, departments, and agencies. He therefore warned that if the presidency fails to clarify these funds, Nigerians will be justified in suspecting they are being stashed away from President Tinubu's 2027 re-election campaign. A chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and former presidential candidate Dele Momodu has stated that public resentment towards President Bola Tinubu ahead of the 2027 election is highly unprecedented. Speaking in an interview, Momodu asserted that the majority of Nigerians, including members of Tinubu's own ruling party, are currently opposed to his administration. He highlighted a significant shift in the political landscape, noting that the president has lost the crucial backing of the North that secured his previous victory, while also lacking support in the South. The ADC chieftain also explained that any winning candidate must secure an overall majority and a mandatory minimum of 25% of the votes across 25 states. Giving the widespread opposition and fractured base, Momodu expressed strong skepticism regarding Tinubu's bid to meeting these electoral requirements. The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has publicly disowned Oke Ezeala, warning members and the general public that he has no authority to represent the party. In a disclaimer signed by the National Publicity Secretary, OSAD Director Esquire, the party accused Ezeala of impersonation and fraudulent activities. The statement clarified that Ezeala has never been elected or appointed to any leadership position, including the National Executive Committee or the National Working Committee, despite allegedly presenting himself as the Deputy National Publicity Secretary. According to the NDC, the disclaimer follows multiple complaints accusing Ezeala of using his false title to extort large sums of money from members by promising party tickets and political appointments. Furthermore, the party accused him of using intimidation to organize an illegal congress, which resulted in an unauthorized parallel executive committee forming in his home state of Abia. The party therefore urged anyone who may have fallen victim to his alleged activities to formally report their grievances to the office of the National Secretary for appropriate action. At least 30 people are feared dead after a canoe carrying around 40 passengers capsized in Malamawar, the Andusi village in the Rijim local government area of Jigawa State. According to sources, ongoing rescue operations are underway following the accidents, which involved women and children, while local families have been called upon to identify the recovered bodies for burial. Confirming the incident, the Director of Planning at the Jigawa State Emergency Management Agency, Mohammed Sanusi, Musi explained that official casualty figures are still on hold until rescue efforts conclude. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Emergency Management Committee, Habibu Dauda, has issued a plea for public calmness, warning against the dissemination of unverified reports until official findings are released. You're listening to The World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news and foreign stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now, the rest of our stories. Stakeholders from government ministries, security agencies, and the private sector have held a strategic meeting in Port Harcourt ahead of the Nigerian Bar Association annual conference and other major events scheduled to take place in River State. Representatives of the Department of State Services, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Ministries of Environment and Health, the Nigerian Bar Association, Culture and Tourism, the hospitality industry, and the River State Waste Management Agency attended the meeting. Chairman of the Nigeria Hotel Association in River State, Eugene Muzi, said the engagement was aimed at ensuring a cleaner, safer, and more secure environment for participants. He added that hotels now dispose of waste only through operators registered with the River State Waste Management Agency. Muzi also expressed confidence that the collaboration with security agencies would enhance the safety of residents and visitors during the conference.
The meeting regarding upcoming events in River State. And one of the key ones is the Nigeria Bar Association conference. You know, they are going to use hotels and other hospitality outfits. We feel together that we should have it joint meeting with the security agencies in River State, their representatives, and the various ministries like Ministry of Culture and Tourism, which are our supervisory ministry, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Environment, Riwama, and among others. So we came to strategize on how we're going to protect the state, keep the state clean. For now, we're no more using a bucket to carry our waste. We're using service providers from Riwama. And to clean up our environment is very necessary. So we have mandated the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Health to do their functions properly.
Secretary of the Caretaker Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association Port Harcourt branch at Zubike Friday described the meeting as timely, saying that hosting of the conference demonstrates that River State remains peaceful. He urged residents to support efforts to keep the state clean by discouraging indiscriminate waste disposal.
It's a strategic meeting designed to accommodate various shades of opinion, particularly experts from various fields of endeavor, to galvanize and gather intelligence on a successful hosting of our annual general conference in Port Harcourt, and also to get various agencies involved, particularly the sanitation and the security department, to maintain the sanity and sanitary of the state, and to also take a critical analysis and proactive measure in the time under review. And the essence of this conference is to further showcase the peaceful nature of our states.
The River State chairman of the People's Redemption Party, PRP, Orinate Bethany, has warned that the party would not tolerate anti-party activities or acts of internal sabotage before, during, and after the 2027 general elections. Bethany gave the warning during the presentation of certificates of return to candidates who emerged victorious in the party's primaries held in Port Harcourt. He urged the candidates to prevail on their supporters to shun violence, thuggery, and other acts capable of disrupting the electoral process. The party chairman assured the candidates of the support of the party leadership, stating that structures had been strengthened across the local government areas and at independent National Electoral Commission offices to ensure effective participation in the elections. He also urged the candidates to focus their campaigns on issues of good governance, development, security, and community welfare, stressing that the party's objective is to provide credible leadership and improve the lives of the people.
As your acting state chairman, I am mandated to look
into your eyes and tell you exactly what expected of you. The PRP does not feed candidates just to make up numbers. So we are not just feeding candidates just for numbers. We feed candidates to change the narrative. As you run for the election, I charge you with these three non-negotiable imperatives. One, let's run a campaign of ideas, not a campaign of insult. The opposition party will provoke you, yes. They will use their ill-gotten wealth to intimidate you. Do not descend into the gutters with them.
In his goodwill message, the party's governorship candidate in River State, Nature Dumali Kega, described the People's Redemption Party as the major opposition party in the state. He encouraged party candidates to remain steadfast and committed to the party's ideals.
As members, candidates for the People's Redemption Party, I want you to understand that your message is tied to redemption. So in case you have been joking with the salvation of your own life, it's time for you to retrace your step. It's time for you to return to your first love. Because even God himself gets indicated when a man's life is lukewarm, when his eyes are rocks or cold, God gets irritated. I will advise you to choose a path and choose it early and dedicate yourself to it and make it known. It's a bold statement. Jesus has become my strength. Jesus has become my political godfather. He has become my leader. It's with him I'm going into this journey.
The president of the Movement for the Survival of the Ogoni People, Mosop Fegalon Suke, has alleged that some individuals in the Ogoni land are attempting to frustrate the work of the Ogoni Dialogue Committee set up to engage the federal government on the proposed resumption of oil production in the area. Musuki claimed that those opposing the dialogue process have no meaningful engagement outside Mosop and are deliberately working against efforts aimed at achieving lasting peace in Ogoni land. He maintained that such actions do not reflect the collective interest of the Ogoni people. He described the ongoing discussions with the federal government as a rare opportunity to resolve the Ogoni crisis, which has lasted for 33 years. According to him, Mosop remains committed to the dialogue process in the interest of peace, justice, and the overall development of Ogoni land.
I want to make some clarifications regarding this misinformation that there is some reconciliation in Mosop and I'm not cooperating with the process. Now, and I want Ogoni people to understand what exactly is going on. There is an attempt by some persons who do not have life outside Mosop to scuttle the work of the Ogoni Dialogue Committee. And we are saying that, look, we've been in this for 33 years. And the government has opened discussion with Ogoni people at this moment through the Ogoni Dialogue Committee. And we are saying this is an opportunity, a fine opportunity to resolve this problem. And therefore, Mosop is cooperating with this process because we want an end to this problem. We want a solution. We want Ogoni to move forward towards development, proper development. Now,
Nsuke also reaffirmed that he remains the legitimate president of the Movement for the Survival of the Ogoni People, insisting that his leadership remains valid. He urged members of the organization to remain united and focused on achieving the goals of the dialogue process.
Now, secondly, this issue of the leadership of Mosop. A court of competent jurisdiction has ruled that the Wayogosu's election is nullified. For God's sake, nobody should be talking about Wayogosu or all of these things. And whatever they want to think about, they did something in Green Town Hotel and they call it leadership of election. Please, for God's sake, I was properly elected at the Mosop Secretariat on 19th of December 2018, and I remain president of Mosop. That matter was taken to court, and it is before the Court of Appeal at this moment. Until the court decides my case, I remain president of Mosop, or until we constitute a proper steering committee and we have another election. That's the fact about it.
The most elderly man in Rumaoli community in Obiakwa local government area of River State, Senior Apostle Bartholomew Egonu, has accused the River State Commissioner of Police, Olubenga Adepoju, of failing to enforce a court judgment over a disputed parcel of land in Rumaoli community, Obiakwa local government area. Justice Adolphus Enebeli had ruled that Egonu was entitled to immediate possession of the land following a judgment delivered in his favor in a land dispute involving unknown persons. Speaking in an interview, Egonu said he initially received police approval to enforce the judgment, but alleged that suspected land grabbers disrupted the process and forced security personnel to withdraw.
The land I have case with Elpokod people, when they claim that the land is, they took me to court and I win them. They further go and have land grabber called Douglas to come and drag that land from me. It will identify that the right agreement, that agreement say, if he pursued Apostle Bartholomew from that land, he will have a 30 or 50%, which the man went and threatened me in different form, which made me to scare away from that place because I'm avoiding to kill me. He used that opportunity, carry my my lands to individual people. For now, I summons all of them on no occupancy to the High Court. They sent the police to give me coverage to do the execution. The drag rapper people pursue the police, and my machine was detained.
He further claimed that after obtaining fresh approval from the Inspector General of Police and the Attorney General of the Federation, the matter was instead referred to the Obiakpo Local Government Area Land Grabbing Committee. Igonu questioned why the committee should take precedence over a valid court judgment and called on the Commissioner of Police to enforce the court's decision without further delay.
Obiakpo local government have been taking position to settle that case. Up to today, I never hear any noise. If it had, the commissioner did according to the instruction of the police, I could have herited that place because the people that bought it, I don't know where they found from, which he said that we cannot destroy all this giant building. Are they buy from me? I don't know. I don't know his name because now him way I realized all my hope to rescue me from that land because to follow the judgment of the court. I don't know what to do. That is the reason why the public should know why I will not heritage my land. Am I the first one that win a case concerning land and the scrutiny is the worst? The public know about this one and advise the Commissioner of Police.
On the foreign scene, following the death of 2 Palestinian men killed while resisting an assault by Israeli settlers, Hamas official Abdul Shadid has issued a statement denouncing the fatal encounter in Del Jarir. Shadid argued that these killings are part of a broader deliberate policy of murder and state-sanctioned terrorism directed at West Bank residents by the occupation authorities. He lauded the bravery and steadfastness of the villagers who stood up against the attackers, describing their defiance as a powerful manifestation of the collective will to defend their honor and territory from outside aggression. Shadid, however, stated that the Palestinian people will no longer tolerate unchecked settler violence in their communities, noting that villages and cities will be actively protected and settlers will not be allowed to operate with impunity, no matter the sacrifices required. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. ADC presidential candidate Atiku has accused the federal government of concealing 12.8 trillion in the 2026 budget. We told you that at least 30 people have been reported dead after a volcano capsized in Jigawa State. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Hamas has condemned the killing of 2 Palestinians by Israeli settlers in Deir Jarir. That was the news as edited by Esose Onapo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818 389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live, Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Shima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Welcome to Echoes from Heaven with Nathaniel Osawe. Be blessed as you listen.
For several weeks, we have been looking at redemption. By redemption, I mean the blessing that comes as a result of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. We started by looking at the fall of man. We started by looking at the very creation of man. God created man, and the Bible says in Genesis chapter 1 that God blessed man. God pronounced a blessing upon the whole of the human race. God pronounced a blessing on mankind. But that blessing was lost when man fell into sin, and we saw that was why Jesus came. Jesus came to raise man. Man fell by sin, by disobedience to the express commandment of God. Man fell, man lost the glory, man lost that blessing that God pronounced upon him. I want you to know that no matter how a person or a nation may look, physically or materially, a person or a nation may look blessed, may look prosperous. You may look at a man, you may look at a nation, a particular nation, and say this nation is blessed. You look at a man, you say this man is blessed materially. Maybe the man has money, he lives in a big house, he drives a big car, you look at him and you say, this man is a blessed man, this nation, this country is blessed. I want you to know that no matter how materially successful any person may appear or may actually be, no matter how materially successful, physically prosperous a nation may be, a person may be, if that person does not know Christ, if that person has not come into a relationship with Christ, that person is not walking in the fullness of the blessing of God. No matter how prosperous the person may be, no matter how successful the person may be in his finances, in his business, in his career, in whatever area or aspect of life, physically, if that person is outside Christ, that person is not walking in the fullness of the blessing of God. Because the fullness of the blessing of God is found only in Christ Jesus. And so any man who is outside Christ, any man who has not come into a relationship with Christ Jesus, any man who has not come to God through Jesus, no matter how successful the person may be outwardly, that person is not walking in the fullness of the blessing of God. You may envy the person. That's why the Bible says we should not envy sinners. Yes, the Bible tells us we should not envy sinners. Because you may look at sinners. It's like they are doing well. It's like they are successful. It's like things are going well with them. But the Bible says you are not to envy them because they are walking short of the fullness of the blessing of God. Just because things are going on materially or physically with them, you think that these people, they are made. They've got everything sorted out. But the Bible explicitly tells us not to envy sinner, because the sinner, no matter how physically prosperous, no matter how materially prosperous, no matter how physically successful the sinner may be, he is not walking in the fullness of the blessing of God. And I also want to say the same thing to nations. There are many nations we look at and we say, oh, this nation is blessed, that nation is blessed. Any nation that is not walking in line with the laws of God, any nation that has rejected God, no matter how materially prosperous they may seem, that nation is not walking in the fullness of the blessing of God. Again, that is why the Bible says you should not envy sinners. You should not envy sinners, because every sinner, there's no sinner to envy. You look at them, they drive a big car, they live in a big house, and you begin to enjoy them. But you are missing out something. Every sinner there's no sinner who is walking in the fullness of the blessing of God. The Bible tells us that God allows rain to fall on the good and on the wicked. He allows the sun to shine on the sinner and on the righteous man. And so a sinful man may prosper materially. God may allow a sinful man prosper physically. That does not mean that man has the blessing of God. That does not mean that man is approved of God. That does not mean that man is walking in the fullness of God. That's why the Bible says there's no sinner in this world you should envy. There's no sinner you should envy. Do not envy sinners. And then if you read Psalm 73, it tells us what the end of such people will be. People who prosper materially, people who prosper physically, but they are outside the covenant of God. They do not know Christ. They have not come into a relationship with Christ. The Bible tells us what their end will eventually be. And that's why the Bible says, do not envy them. The fullness of the blessing of God is found only in Christ Jesus. The fullness of the blessing of God is found only in Christ Jesus. It is only in Christ Jesus that we find the fullness of blessing. In Galatians chapter 5, so Galatians chapter 3, I've read it several times in verse 9. The Bible says, so then they who have faith are blessed with faithful Abraham. Those who have faith in Christ Jesus, those who have come to believe in Jesus, they have repented of sin, they have put their faith, they have trusted in Christ Jesus. The Bible says they are blessed just the way Abraham was blessed. And then I say the blessing, the fullness of blessing is found only in Christ Jesus. Again, as I begin to wrap up this series, I want to remind you that when God made man and pronounced the blessing upon man. That blessing was supposed to work in the whole of the human race. But that blessing was lost to sin. That blessing was lost to disobedience. But that Christ has come and has opened the door of blessing. Yes, the Bible says in Ephesians chapter 1, it says we are blessed God has blessed us with all spiritual blessing in heavenly places in Christ Jesus. When Christ came, he opened the door of the fullness of God's blessing. It is only in Christ Jesus that our lives are maximized, that we get the fullness of the blessing of God. And again, I want to say what I've said before. When we say blessing, many times people just think of blessing in terms of material things. They think about physical success. The blessing of God is much more than that. It's much more than that. So God pronounced the blessing on man and said, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, and subdue it. The man lost it. And Christ Jesus came to restore the fullness of blessing. And I want to let you know today that there is blessing in Christ Jesus. If you look at your life and you look at your life and you see that, no, this is not what my life is supposed to be. You look at your life and you know that this is not what God created you to be. This is not what God ordained for you to be. I want you to know that your life can turn around. Things can turn around for you. It's in Christ Jesus. As you understand, as you come to a relationship with Christ and you understand what God has done for you in Christ Jesus. The Bible says we have not received the spirit that is of the world, but we have received the spirit that is of Christ, that we may know the things that are freely given to us. As you come into a relationship with Christ and you begin to understand, the eyes of your understanding, you are enlightened, you understand, you see what God has done for you in Christ Jesus. You believe it. If you believe it, I tell you, you will come into that fullness of blessing that is in Christ Jesus. But again, how did man lose the blessing? It was through sin. It was through disobedience. And even today, the reason people miss out on the fullness of the blessing of God is sin. In Acts chapter 1 verse 25, the Bible tells us that Judas, who was an apostle, he was one of the 12. The Bible says he fell from the apostleship. He lost it by transgression. He fell by transgression. Remember, the Garden of Eden, man fell by what? By transgressing, by going against the commandments of God. Man fell at the garden by transgressing the commandments of God, by transgression. And then in Acts chapter 1 verse 25, the Bible tells us that Judas lost the apostleship. He fell by transgression. Transgression, sin, iniquity is still the reason that it's still the thing that makes people miss out. It still brings men down. It's still the reason people fall. If you live a life of sin, I tell you, that same, today some people point fingers at Adam and said Adam is the reason things are the way they are. Yes, originally. But with Christ today, we cannot say that, because Christ has opened a new chapter, and as God has given us, every one of us, the whole of mankind, a new beginning, a new opportunity in Christ Jesus. If anybody is still down in life, it is not because of Adam. It is because of you. The Bible says Judas fell by transgression. Transgression still puts men down. In Psalm 106 verse 43, it talks about the children of Israel when they disobeyed God and they provoked God to anger by their transgression. The Bible says they were brought low for their iniquity. Their iniquity brought them down. Man fell at the garden by sin. Judas fell by transgression. And in Psalm 106 verse 43, it says the children of Israel, as they provoked God to anger, they would not obey God, they would not listen to his commandment. The Bible says they were brought low for their iniquity. Their iniquity brought them down. The Bible says in Proverbs 14:34, it says righteousness exalts, righteousness lifts up, but sin is a reproach to any people. Sin is a disgrace. Sin brings shame. Sin brings dishonor. When it says righteousness exalts, righteousness lifts up. What lifts up is righteousness. But it says sin is a reproach. Then it says in that Psalm 106 verse 23, they were brought low for their iniquity. Iniquity brings men down. Iniquity pulls men down. The reason men do not rise to the place that God has ordained for them, iniquity is number one. Many times we like to focus on enemies. We like to focus, and I even say perceived enemies. We like to focus on the devil. if any, many people, many church people, you meet them, they don't want to hear you tell them that the reason they are not, that the plan and the purpose of God for their lives are not being fulfilled is sin. They don't want that. They will rather you tell them that their problem is a witch. They will rather you tell them that their problem is somebody who does not want them to succeed. They will rather you tell them that their problem is somebody from the village. But they don't want to hear about sin. They don't want to hear that their sin can keep them down. They don't want to hear that their sin can hinder their progress in life. They prefer to spend all night fighting demons and fighting perceived enemies and fighting witches. I wish more Christians church people would devote more time to fighting sin in their lives than fighting the devil. I wish people would devote more time getting rid of sin, getting rid of iniquity in their life than all this fight against witches and all of that. The Bible says they were brought low for their iniquity. And like I have said, many people prefer because it is easier. It is easier to say you are binding the devil. It is easier to say you are binding witches. It is easier to say you are killing witches than to give up sin. Many people are not willing to give up their sin. They are not willing to give up their iniquity. They are not willing to give up their unrighteousness. And that's why they don't want to hear about that. They rather want to focus on the devil. But I want to let you know that the number one enemy in your life is not the devil, it's the sin. The number one thing that keeps you down, the number one reason that you are down, the number one thing that brings men down, it's not the devil. In fact, when the devil comes, what does he do? It is temptation. He comes to tempt men. He comes to tempt men so that they will sin. Look at the children of Israel. Their enemy, they hired somebody to place a curse on them. The children of Israel were not even aware that somebody was trying to curse them. The man tried, did everything, offered sacrifice, did rituals. It didn't work. They were not praying against it. They were just going about their business. And the man himself said, surely there's no enchantment against Jacob, neither is there any divination against Israel. He tried, offered sacrifice, did everything. It didn't work. Rather, God turned the curse into blessing. The children of Israel were not doing vigil. They were not doing 7 days fasting and praying against their enemies. They did not even know that somebody was trying to curse them. Yeah, the curse did not work. And today you see believers spend all their energy fighting perceived enemies. But what did man do? What eventually worked against the children of Israel? The Bible tells us it was when they saw that the curse could not work, they introduced sin. They brought the women to go and seduce them. And as the women began to, the men of Israel began to commit sin with the women, God himself was the one that dealt with them. The problem is not your enemy, the problem is sin. Repent of sin.
I believe you have been blessed. Tune in next week for another refreshing episode of Echoes from Heaven. Please let us know how you have been blessed through this program by calling, texting, or sending a WhatsApp message to this number 081 355 57592. Once again, 081 355 57592. You can also send an email to echoesfh@gmail.com. echoesfh@gmail.com. God bless you.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
95.1.
Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Seeking a self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough air where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make effort to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and prefer solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you all.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country health care system. Quatli man, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food gram, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111